pag itong live customers din sa Christmas okay. Hintayin natin.
Hindi yan na-cheese.
Last lang po yung
Ito na lang tayo.
expert.
Wala ko, touchscreen. Hello.
So since pareho yung settings natin yesterday, ang typically
Test,
pag
1, 2,
ililipat mo kasi kanina.
check, 1, 2, 3.
Ito na yung
May ko?
ganun.
Test, 1, 2, 3. Check, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2. May ko pa rin.
Kali natin yung live chat. Kasi minsan may mga nagpag-post.
Check, 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2.
So typically, ito ipokopyahin mo.
Check, 1, 2, 3. Hey, test, 1, 2. Walang echo sense. Oh.
Tapos itong stream
may echo? Dodoble? Oo, kasi dapat testing.
Sabihin siya na saan mo siya i-stream na page. Ilagay mo na kung saan mo siya. Whether sa PPT or LPR, ano. Tapos pag in-enter mo na yun,
labas mo nga. Pwede ba labas? Labas ko muna. Sir, labas ko. Audio. Testing, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2, 3. Test mic, 1, 2. Hey, check, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Check, check.
Ay, walang echo.
Sige, salita
Yes,
ka
sir.
ulit.
Yun. Ay, ikaw.
Check, check. Doon, salita ka nga.
Yan, may echo.
Yan, wala yan.
Wala dyan. Wala. Lumabas ako, no? Okay, wala, no?
Walang echo.
Ay, kasi nag-a-adapt niya kanina.
Oo,
Okay na.
pag sa loob kasi nag-echo tayo.
Sige. Okay, thank you.
Sige, okay.
Okay na? Kailangan natin mag-mute na lang pag nasa loob. Okay. Para hindi siya mag-echo. Kasi nagte-test lang
Sound.
outside.
Pero kadalasan naka-mute na.
Thank you.
Sound check. Feedback? Hindi siya ready. Nais ko. Welcome.
Check. Ayan, sir. Wala kayo narinig dyan. Test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check. Mahina. Alagdagan natin, ha. Check, check, check. Hey. Test, test. Test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yan po, sir. Check. Okay na yan.
Mic test one.
Maybe call it off.
Sound check. 1, 2. Okay. When time. Catch her.
In Bangladesh, Professor Nazrul Islam has been working for more than 2 decades to help create a new generation of environmental.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I hope we all had the sleep of the just, as I was told we should do. And thank you. Good morning, everyone online. Can we wave to everyone online? Good morning, all. Thank you very much again for joining us. Lovely to see you here. And we are all ready to go for our day two. And Professor Mandy and Attorney Jyoti are going to take us through some more discussions about the strategies in e-learning. But I thought it would be appropriate today just to acknowledge that the UN has just released its global emissions report, which highlights quite a tragic outcome, if you like, that they now see that there is no credible path to a 1.5 degree future, which we know is one of the most significant numbers that we are looking at in terms of climate change. And we know, of course, the problems about climate change is that it also acts as the force multiplier for biodiversity collapse and biodiversity impacts. And we also face that third planetary crisis of pollution and pollution issues, whether it's air pollution or water pollution or land pollution. So I think it's very appropriate just to acknowledge that one of the things that we must do is redouble our efforts, work with our students, work with our regulators, and work with the people that we can influence to ensure that we focus very much on stressing the urgency of the problem, but also recognizing, and I think this is something that we also have to do as environmental lawyers and environmental law educators, is working on those core principles that we have: public participation, access to information, access to justice, that we can't sacrifice those fundamental values in order to achieve our environmental objectives. That's why we do talk about the importance of Indigenous people. We are recognising that they actually have become the real global stewards, and we must protect our Indigenous people's access to their land and ownership and rights to their land to ensure that they are able to do the things that we in our civilization haven't really been able to do, namely protect the planet. But all of these things mean that we have to be effective communicators, effective educators, work out how to persuade, how to teach, how to make people learn. And I was talking outside about some of the takeaways of the messages yesterday from Amanda and Jyoti and Jonathan and the sharing. It shows that effective communication, whether online or in person, is really what we're about. And that is where I find some of the ideas and discussions about student-centered learning to be really powerful. Quite challenging in some respects to us all as educators, but the idea that we can have this capacity to understand and use all the tools in our that are available and we're learning about to use them more effectively. And I think for me, that was the big takeaway message. It's Amanda's grocery truck. It doesn't matter if you're ordering bad food, you'll get bad food. The truck doesn't matter. But if we have efficient and effective delivery services, we can also maximize the good teaching outcomes, the engagement of students. And I think this is also where I find some of the really exciting ideas using technology is how to engage the students. And those students can then act while they're students and actually achieve environmental results. And I do also think, despite the issues that we face at global level on climate change, on biodiversity loss and on pollution issues, that it is a tapestry and a mosaic. Every little piece, every little thread makes a difference. And so whether someone can activate a student to work with their local group at a local level, or work in a national level or regional level or international, all of those things come together to make that mosaic that is planet Earth. And that, for me, is one of the most interesting and exciting things that I've learned over the last couple of days here, both in the discussions that we had with the Philippine Legal Education Board and the work that was done yesterday. So just sort of with that introduction, can I again welcome you all here today and turn over to Amanda and Jyoti for our first session of the day. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, welcome back for our second day. I think we're right for the slides. Whoever is controlling them today, I can see it's not Angela. There we go. And we can move to the next slide. So the session today has two purposes. First, we're going to hand it over to you if there are any questions or comments or thoughts from yesterday that you didn't have the opportunity to raise. We'd love to hear from you and love to hear those comments or questions first up in this session today. We'll also then have the opportunity to come back to the pedagogical aspects of environmental law. And the remainder of this morning's session is really focused on this issue of engagement. We're going to explore engagement specifically in the online context and also in the blended context. And in that process, we're going to introduce you to a theoretical model of engagement that might be helpful to bear in mind as we start to move throughout the rest of the day into looking at course design. So immediately after our session, we're then going to turn over to you to hear from you about what has worked in your own teaching practice with respect to engagement. We can move to the next slide, please. So we have a brief opportunity now for you to ask any questions or raise any comments at all from yesterday that you feel you didn't have the opportunity to ask, if there's a particular question you might have. And also, if you haven't yet completed any entries in your reflective journal, now might be a good time to make some notes down as well, if there's anything that you're thinking of that you didn't get to make a note of. So anyone in the room, anyone online, now is your chance to ask any questions you might have. Any questions? And don't forget, you can jump in at any point in time throughout the sessions. We just thought we would open up an opportunity for you now to raise any comments. I'm not seeing anything online. Are you monitoring the chat, Matthew? Okay, well, if there are no questions at this point, then we can keep... Oh, of course, please. You were being polite, waiting for everybody else.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning to everyone, offline and online. Yes, I just would like to ask about the range of methodologies. Are you going to discuss them today, or you've mentioned some yesterday, but is there a more complete list of these methods?
Yeah, so today we're going to definitely go through some other tools and methods. In terms of a more complete list, Matthew, I'm pretty sure some of the online programs last year that were run, so there's definitely that repository of resources online, and we might make sure that we provide that link for everybody to go in and access some of the previous programs as well, where there is that little bit more detail. But we can certainly put in that collection a list of methods as well. Thinking the old list that we used to have that just gives you that span of resources to use. But the other thing to add there, I guess, is that there's certainly not a definitive checklist, if that makes sense. So, you know, there are such a wide range of approaches and tools that you can use that it would be probably difficult to try and capture everything on a list. Yeah. Okay, well, we might now move to the next slide then. This is not the correct slides, Angelo. So what we're going to look at in this session is some of the key differences between teaching online and face-to-face with respect to engagement. So we're now focusing very much towards that latter part of the constructive alignment process, when we're really thinking about the design of learning activities and how we interact with students. So this is really getting down to the business end of the course design, if you like. I think we're up to this slide, thank you. Now, the first distinction that we need to point out, and it's probably stating the obvious to many of you in the room, is that teaching online is, of course, very different to teaching face-to-face. We know that. The good news is that It is a different skill set that is required to teach online compared to face-to-face, but it is a skill set that you can adapt and adopt. So you can also do that with many of your existing teaching materials as well. So it just requires a little bit more careful thought about how to utilise these in the online setting. So the first key distinction to make sure that you're very well aware of is that between asynchronous and synchronous learning in the online space. Now remember back to the pandemic and we all moved online, we all gravitated towards Zoom and we tried to replicate synchronous online learning. So for many of us, that was our initial perception of what online learning was, synchronous online learning. We're using Zoom lectures to replicate what we did in the face-to-face context. And this is almost always the case in the online environment, that we assume that synchronous is the best because that's how we do it face-to-face. So synchronous teaching, in case you're not aware, is essentially live teaching. It's where the teacher and the students are present at the same time, interacting live, whether that's via video or it could be through less visual means, but perhaps through audio or, of course, in person. So synchronous just means live, that we're interacting live at the same time. If a course is delivered entirely through synchronous means, whether face-to-face or online, it can limit flexibility for learners. Why? Because a learner has to be online at a particular time. So we know with our face-to-face classes, we're bound by room bookings on campus and timetabling restrictions. So an on-campus class is generally not so flexible. We have been allocated a room at a particular time, we go there at that point. With our online teaching, that requirement is not necessarily there. So we can be a little more flexible, perhaps around the timing. But of course, if we are setting a synchronous activity, it does require the students to be online at a point in time. And we know from the experiences here in the Philippines that that was problematic, where we had bandwidth issues, students all trying to get on at the same time and the connection dropping. Asynchronous online teaching is where teaching materials are posted online and students work through them in their own time. They might communicate with one another still, but it is through delayed means. Discussion forums, it can still be through video postings, but of course they're pre-recorded, posted and accessed at a different point in time. And of course we have email and other methods of interacting. Good asynchronous teaching will include a variety of media, including audio and video clips, but a range of other resources as well, and that's what we're going to focus on today. So with the asynchronous mode of learning, the learner can work at their own pace and at the time of day that's most convenient for them. This obviously changes the way in which the teacher works, and their input becomes very different in this setting as opposed to a synchronous setting where they are required to be there live interacting. It will entail, usually, much shorter visits to the discussion board to post some comments or some thoughts or to prompt students to interact. There may be deadlines for work to be submitted for feedback, and there may be a recommended schedule that you suggest to students to follow, e.g. work through topic 1 in week 1 and so on. But apart from that, it is generally at a different time frame. The learning takes place at a different time from when it may be set. A blended approach, and I've noted that on the whiteboard as well, a blended approach is where we combine those two methods. We have a mix of synchronous and asynchronous, potentially a mix of face-to-face and online resources, and we pick and choose which is going to be the most appropriate tools for the learning outcomes that we've set and the contextual factors that are applicable for our learners. So this really means that the role of the teacher is quite a complex one. It can move from being very much the sage on the stage and the instructor through to more of a facilitator of learning. So it's important to be aware of how that role changes. Now, this is not a binary choice. You don't have to choose synchronous or asynchronous. As I've said, it can be blended. You can do a mixture depending on what suits you. So it's important to be aware of that at the outset. We'll just move to the next slide. Thanks. So I've said a few times already how fully synchronous online learning can prove difficult, especially in the context of having internet connectivity issues. And we've also heard how synchronous online learning can actually negate flexibility, which is one of the big attractions of doing online learning. What the pedagogical evidence tells us is that actually, in the online context, asynchronous and blended modes are actually more effective at engaging students because they provide students with flexibility and they provide students with new ways to collaborate and work at their own pace. But success in the online environment, whether synchronous or asynchronous, requires one key ingredient for success. Can anyone think of what that ingredient might be? And feel free to comment on the chat box if you're online. Matthew will relay the comment. Can anyone think of what the key ingredient might be? It's on the slide. Engagement. So engagement is the key ingredient. So it's not about whether we have synchronous or asynchronous tools. It's not about whether we have a blended approach. It's whether or not we have student engagement. So what we're going to focus on in this session is how do we build that engagement? Now, in the face-to-face setting, engagement can be a lot easier to build. As I said yesterday, our early thinking about engagement was really predicated on whether or not students showed up. It was a participation-based consideration. But when you think about the rapid transition from in-person to online learning during the pandemic, what was it that was missing in many cases? It was that engagement that we generally tended to take for granted that occurred in the face-to-face setting simply because we had students in the room with us. So it's a lot easier to build that engagement. Or you might say that it was because we had students in the room, we assumed that they were engaged. But that's not necessarily always the case. So, as I said, engagement has been perceived primarily in behavioural terms where we associate class attendance with engagement. And this is because participation and physical presence is a strong driver of engagement. But more recently, the research is telling us that engagement actually also depends on emotional factors and social factors. And it's these factors that influence the level of engagement that students have and their motivation to do well. So they're key to building a student's sense of belonging and therefore their willingness to participate actively. I said yesterday in the opening, and I know I only glossed over it yesterday because the idea was that we would talk about it more fully today. The key to engagement is presence. And the concept of presence builds on a large body of psychological and sociological research around learning and communication. So let's take a look at this idea of presence. On the overhead there, you'll see the community of inquiry model, and there's a resource there to a journal article that you should be able to access, but please feel free to reach out to me if you're having trouble locating it. So the community of inquiry framework provides us with a way that we can look at engagement and some prompts to think about how we might build it. So what is a community of inquiry? Well, it's essentially a group of individuals who engage in purposeful critical discourse and reflection to construct meaning. So you can hear that word construct. We're looking at constructivism. So as you can see in the Venn diagram in the middle, where all of those things come together, that's where we have engagement and that's where we have that genuine learning. So we think about the community of inquiry model as having three pillars: cognitive presence, social presence, and teacher presence. And all three of those elements are necessary in order to build student engagement. So cognitive presence is the extent to which learners are able to construct and confirm meaning through discourse and learning activities. In other words, have we set up the conditions under which they are able to learn? So this is really about the learning activities that we set. how we conduct our lectures. And this is where we think about that Socratic approach. Is that approach generating those good cognitive conditions and that cognitive presence, or should we be thinking about something else? Social presence is the ability for students to identify with their classmates or their community and to communicate purposefully. Are they able to develop interpersonal relationships? We know in the face-to-face setting, our students naturally gravitate towards one another. They form friendship groups, they're physically present, and so it's a lot easier to build that engagement. So in the online context, we have to work a little harder to build those connections. And finally, and most importantly, is teacher presence. And that is the design, facilitation, and direction of the cognitive and social processes for the purpose of engagement. So in other words, is the teacher there being involved, directing, facilitating, and so on? And research has shown that the number one critical factor to student engagement in the online context especially is teacher presence. Yeah. So we're going to consider these in a little more detail now, and then we're going to start showing you some examples of how we can show presence across each of those domains through our various teaching practices and activities. So next slide, please, Angelo. We'll consider first cognitive presence. So I said earlier, cognitive presence is really the educational environment. Have we set the academic context such that minds can be engaged? So this is where the learning takes place. Students should not only be presented with information, but they need to have the opportunity to engage with the content and to explore through reflection and discourse. So content needs to be delivered in ways that really piques student interest and prompts them to want to explore further. So how do we stimulate things like critical thinking? Now, just out of interest, how many in the room, and perhaps if our online participants can do the raise hand function, how many of you have utilised a learning management system such as Canvas or Moodle or Blackboard or perhaps even Google Classroom? So only a few. How about online, Matthew? Are many saying yes or raising hands or not? So learning management systems, if you haven't utilised them, are a means for supporting teachers to scaffold and structure their content for learners. You can keep track of your students, you can support other tasks such as submitting assessment and also engage in communications. Now, in my experience, learning management systems are an under-deployed tool when it comes to online learning. They have significant potential for fostering dynamic teaching and learning interactions, and they go a long way to laying the groundwork for cognitive presence. So when you think about the face-to-face context, you would ordinarily provide students with a syllabus, correct? Typically in a printed form, which structures for them. In week 1, we're going to do this, in week 2, and so on. And here are your assessment tasks. We need to go even further in the online context in terms of laying out that structure for students and scaffolding the content so that they can follow along with what they need to do. If there's any confusion around that, our engagement drops off. Our students are less likely to be engaged in what they're doing. So one of the main functions of the learning management system is to house our content. Now, again, as I said earlier, in the online environment, if we're not doing synchronous learning, we don't need to house content in a way that is guided by rigid campus timetabling. You've got ways of going beyond just delivering lectures. You can use a variety of tools to structure content in mixed modalities. You can use text, you can incorporate readings, you can incorporate your own videos, YouTube videos, and so on. Now, that's not to say you can't do that without a learning management system, but it becomes a little more difficult and you're more likely to have an end product that's not a seamless, structured, scaffolded learning experience. So I'm definitely a fan of using a good learning management system and would also suggest that you look at the idea of chunking or breaking up your content into smaller components, because this is where we run into, you might recall I mentioned yesterday with our lengthy Socratic lectures. These modalities don't respect student cognitive limitations, where their attention span drops off after 15 or 20 minutes. In the online context, we can make a series of shorter, smaller videos, incorporate text or other resources to break that up for students and make sure that they're not getting that fatigue, which is where engagement drops off. Now, student attention can also be captured and maintained in the online environment by integrating a wide variety of resources. And I'm going to show you an example from my own teaching practice a little later on. But one of the things we've already heard of with environmental law is that there's such a wide variety of resources available online that you can easily use. TED Talks, YouTube videos, the list goes on. A learning management system is a great way to bring all of that into one place. Whereas if you were doing a 2-hour lecture, for example, it's a lot harder to bring that in seamlessly. So that's a great benefit of being able to use a learning management system. The other bonus of a learning management system is that it does have things usually like discussion boards and ways that you can foster that collaboration between students. And a particular one I want to emphasise here is discussion forums. Anyone in the room or online have experience with discussion forums in their teaching? Again, only a few. So I want to emphasise to you that a discussion board is a really powerful tool. And you might, and we'll talk in a moment about how you could use it for a social setting for your students to interact. But you can also use the discussion board actually as an assessment tool where you require students to post some reflections on a topic or an answer to a question, and then you encourage others to interact with their posts, again, emulating an in-class discussion that may have taken place. In this way, we're actually asking students to construct their own content, and so by doing that, they're engaging in that constructivist process where they're making meaning and reaching a deeper level of understanding. So we might move to the next slide and have a think about social presence. Now, during COVID-19, the importance of infusing that social presence into remote teaching and learning became very acute. We know as human beings that we depend on relational cues. Head nodding, eye contact, facial expressions, pitch and tone of voice and body language to express how we're reacting or feeling about a situation. All of that is absent in the online context, which means we need to work harder to create that sense of engagement around it. So remember, in the physical setting, our students might sit near one another in class, or they may have other opportunities to interact with one another in the hallway. In the online setting, we need to create those opportunities. They won't naturally gravitate towards one another. So how do we create online social presence? It begins with something very simple, setting up a space in your learning management system where students can gravitate and introduce one another and start to build those connections. So a social forum in your discussion board is a really helpful tool, something that many educators may just dismiss as irrelevant. It's not needed because it's not related to the content. On the contrary, the creation of that space goes a long way to building those connections between students. We know also that there's emails, there's announcement boards, which may be used for more formal things, but it's the creation of that space where students can gravitate towards more of a social interaction. And here, it's important to encourage students to introduce one another, share some personal anecdotes. Why are you interested in environmental law? In a subject that I taught on animal law, I had students post a picture of their pet and tell us a story about a pet. It seems really simple and trivial, but it's actually very important to building those connections. So by promoting that peer interaction between our students in that social way, we can go a long way to deepening their engagement with the course. We appear to have lost one screen. I'm not sure if you're up. There we go. The other thing that you can use in this context is teaching assistants as well. So if you have any grad students that are helping with teaching or other associates, they can also help to stimulate that discussion. But it's really important that we're providing those networks for that conversation to take place. Another space where conversation may take place is in what we call back channels. So back channels are the places that exist outside of our formal learning environment. It might include places like Facebook or Twitter or other areas where students might interact online. Now, I know I have colleagues who very early on were quite anxious about these back channels because they weren't able to monitor the discussion that was going on. My response to that is it's actually really important for those conversations to be able to take place, and you should actually encourage students to do that. Why? It's much the same as if we had a face-to-face class and our students walk out the door together and accompany one another to a coffee shop or something like that and talk about the classroom content. Have those back channels. Encourage them to go and have a space, whether it's on Facebook or some other social media site, where they can continue to interact with one another and build that social presence. Remember, it's all about fostering that sense of belonging. Do they identify with their peers? If so, they're more likely to stay engaged. We'll just move to the next slide. Thanks, Angelo. So let's briefly now consider teacher presence. Time and time again, studies have shown that the most effective method of increasing student engagement is actually instructor visibility. In other words, teacher presence. So teacher presence in the online realm really requires us as educators demonstrating that we are there, that we have a strong function in their learning process. And a lack of physical presence is not a barrier to being able to give the sense that you are there and that you are interested in their educational journey. It starts with things like posting introductory posts, discussion posts, they could be videos, addressing students by name. If they make a post on the discussion board, you respond, "Yes, Gertie, that's a great idea." In much the same way as you would attempt to learn your student's name in the classroom, respect that process online as well. Ask about their backgrounds. Why are they interested in this subject? Again, the power of that social forum and you having a role in that forum is crucial. Initiate and contribute to discussion threads. Participate in synchronous sessions where they're relevant. All of this builds your presence as a teacher and can help to humanise and make you relatable to the students, which makes them more likely to engage and stay involved. There's other tools that you can use, like oral feedback on assessments. So again, rather than typing comments out, you can use a voice recorder to record your comments, or even video record feedback for students. It's very powerful and it just helps bring that personal factor into it for them. The key to achieving teacher presence in the online setting is to use digital tools to communicate in a way that demonstrates enthusiasm and interest in the subject content and also the student's progress, and whether or not you've created an environment that is non-threatening and comfortable for students. Students have frequently commented in various studies how their satisfaction in learning was supported by faculty who used video chats and messages to demonstrate their enthusiasm and engagement. So it's really important to be mindful of these things in the online setting. You might find in an asynchronous online environment that you spend less time in lengthy didactic lectures telling students things through that format and more time in prompting conversations and discussions and curating content to help that student learning journey. We might move to the next slide, thanks, Angelo. So we thought at this point it would be helpful to share some examples from practice that we have both utilised in terms of engaging students in the online setting. Angelo, I'm not sure if we've got the slides there. We can move to the next one. So, and if you could play the video. So this is an example from my own teaching practice where I've used Microsoft Sway, which is part of the Office suite of products, and that's then integrated into the learning management system. So you can see here that the students work through this online book to undertake their learning for this particular subject. This is about a 1-week module that they will undertake. So there's links embedded to readings, as well as a list of the readings that they do. We've clearly set out their learning objectives that they can come back to and understand. And the navigation, you can see the mouse goes down the bottom so they can move through the different content areas. So there's a combination here of images and text. We break up the reading. It's not just one person talking at them for the whole time. They watch a small lecture from me to orient them to some of the content that they're going to be looking at. Then, I know it's probably difficult to see from here, but they're very clearly scaffolded in terms of you need to go and read this section of your text, then there's some content for you to read, then there might be a video to watch, and so on. So rather than just giving a 2-hour recorded lecture, we've scaffolded the content out, we've made it very clear what they need to work through, we've provided a range of different modalities for them to interact with, whether it's video or text or a combination of both. Again, as I've said so many times, environmental law really lends itself to a rich collection of digital media that you can utilise online to help engage those multiple mental channels from students. That's actually a really bad example on that page of a lot of text with no pictures, but sometimes there is just a volume of content that students need to work through. Again, links can be embedded to cases. This page here actually contains some additional content. So for students that want to extend themselves and do some additional reading, they can click out to those links. And then with the navigation tool in a moment, it will bring up, it will show you where you can access things like you can embed questions for further reflection that students can then undertake to check on their own learning process. We can move to the next slide. Thanks, Angelo. And if you can just play that video. Now, I think this is something that we saw yesterday in terms of the virtual moots. Again, that's another tool that you can utilise. But other things that we have both used in our teaching practice are things like case studies. If you want to show principles in action, you can use the learning management system and tools like Microsoft Sway to build a really dynamic case study. Debates and moots, we heard yesterday, you don't need a platform like this. If you are in the online context, it can be done asynchronously through recorded video or even text, or of course you can do synchronous ones as well. Whiteboard tools are again another underutilised tool in the online learning space. The saying goes that the best way to learn a subject is to teach it to other people. So when you're starting a new topic, you can assign each of your students, either individually or in small groups, to learn a specific component and then take on the role of teaching it to the class. And you can then utilise a whiteboard tool, which is a feature that is implemented in most learning management system platforms, but there's also some separate ones, and I'll have a list in a moment to show you. Blogging and news, so you can use a blogging platform to get students to share interesting news reports about the subject matter. Again, there's always something happening in environmental law, so plenty of news reports that you can share. And scavenger hunts, and this is something we mentioned yesterday when we were looking at mapping tools, things like Google Maps and Google Earth. You can actually send students on a scavenger hunt to go and find, using a map, an example of environmental degradation and to take a screenshot of that. If we can just go to the next slide. So you'll have these in your slide set of some helpful tools and websites that we've used in practice. Explain Everything Whiteboard is an online collaboration tool, so that's what I was mentioning a moment ago. Things like Kahoot and Socrative, you can actually replicate Socratic methodology by using tools like Socrative if you like. Slack is a communication platform, so again, if you don't have a learning management system, Slack might be one that you could look at. Padlet is again another notice board and sharing system. And then we've got things like Animoto, EduBlogs, and Clipchamp is one I found out about this morning from my 11-year-old who is using that to create a video about flooding for her Year 5 geography class. So every day I find a new tool that can be used, and there's usually free versions, so it doesn't require any outlay. It just might be that certain features are limited. So at this point, I'm going to hand over to Jyoti, who is going to share some of the examples that she has done as well in terms of student engagement. I think you've got a slide as well, haven't you? We can. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much, Amanda. That's listening to you and then reflecting on what I've been going through. There's really a lot of challenge. I think for the professors, preparation is the key. It's really preparation and developing the passion to teach, to allocate time, to engage with the students. So those are very wonderful information and insights. My slide is basically quick on the online sources, which I think many of you have been exposed to, Angelo. So Lisa, who already gave a wonderful message yesterday on the as president of the IUCN Academy of Environmental Law. Actually, the academy has a lot of online sources. Pardon me, because it was so cold yesterday. I have a slight cold today. So can we show the slides, Angelo? There. Okay, so next slide, please. This is something that's already in the websites. And if you like to look into teaching resources, that would be a lot to actually read through. Now, going through the manual example of UNEP, which I think Matthew referred to, it needs to be updated though. And I think the ADB website can provide more updates. But why have this all been useful, like even the multilateral agreements? Because if your topic is on international treaties and agreements, that's a very good resource to look into, okay? And that's IUCN. Next slide, please. And then the presentations, you know, the slides from Amanda, Matthew, and other resource persons in the past. And I'd like to highlight the wonderful efforts of ADB here. So there's a lot of resources from those PowerPoint presentations and videos, and they're available. Now, the essential readings in environmental law, I'm reminded of what Dean Mix mentioned yesterday, and I think was it Attorney Amado, that you can only do so much with a wealth of, topics. So you can focus on the local context and what may be applicable. Mads was telling me about going to Rizal on a field trip, or probably Mix was saying that he assigned his students to go to a fishery area and then assess to what extent the amended fisheries code is being implemented. So and these types of insights and sharing would actually should lead us to the opportunity to broaden, broaden and expand more on the information we would like to share. And these online sources, besides what Amanda shared, are very powerful. Okay, the colloquium of IUCN. I was privileged to have joined the colloquium in Cebu and listening to an array of speakers there. If you're not present, then you can go to the online source to click on them. That means, of course, allocating time to listen. I know we are all busy with our work in government, perhaps, private practice, or even, in my case, NGO advocacy work, but we will have to allocate time to go through this. Next slide. Okay, this is the ADB. I'm showing this because the ADB Envi Law Champions website is so full of information. And there are inspiring stories there and things, the challenges and opportunities shared by the professors while they in teaching environmental law, also their own experiences in their cases, like the coal case here, the case on mining shared by the champions, are wonderful information to be shared to our students as we engage them. Now, how do we promote this to our students so that they will be encouraged to actually look into the online sources? Now, I told Amanda early last year, I gave my students that was still online, I said, okay, class, let us listen. Your assignment is to listen to Amanda Kennedy, give her input. This is part of the ADB Environmental Law series on EIA in Asia. And I was amazed by their written insights that they did not realize that there's a lot of commonalities in terms of problems and that they are challenged to do their share, among others. So when we promote, we can promote these online sources by assigning things like case studies or listening to a webinar to our students. That's one way. Now, role plays, okay, when my own experience is when you assign a problem on a pollution case before the Pollution Adjudication Board, or example, mediation on a related to a mining case, we refer to these sources as well that they can look into. So in a sense, you're promoting these online sources, the ADB sources, the IUCN Academy. There are other information. I know that the Supreme Court Philippine Judicial Academy has a book as well, no? On teaching, not teaching, but on the rules of procedure for environmental cases, and that is also online. So I also referred my students to that. They have also information. Ecolex, I did not indicate Ecolex, but Ecolex in Europe also has a lot of information that students can access to. Okay, just to build on what Amanda said about back channels. Students nowadays have chat groups. So you have to engage them and say, okay, any feedback? Can we do a field trip? What do you think? Okay, so there is immediate sharing of insights. If they have qualms about pursuing this type of activity, then we get a sense whether we can engage them or not. So I think the online technology can provide us also with opportunities on how to engage them, whether it's through a Facebook Messenger or Viber. In one school, I'm contacting the BIDL through Viber. So it requires us to be more, at least techie, for lack of a better word, and to be familiar with all these apps. Now, the learning management system that's free is Google Classroom, but I know that Canvas is also wonderful. When we use this LMS and then we do our own assignments, we can promote, as I said, directly or indirectly, the sources of environmental law, teaching materials, cases, etc. to our students because they will be compelled to actually look into these materials. And then my last point is on the reflection. They need not submit the reflections in paper, but even through Viber, Messenger, okay, or email, they can do that. Right now, I think they have started to adjust and adapt to online technology. I do have observed, though, that there are still students who have continued to suffer from weak bandwidth, and plus where I come from, we have power outages almost every day. So you do have to combine that with what? A power bank or a mobile Wi-Fi, and that they have shared to me that they have to shift to that, and we have to be sensitive that they do have difficulties in being able to participate. So when they share that to you through Messenger or Viber or even email, I think then we start to think to what extent we can engage them and how difficult it would be to prepare for a role play, for a field trip, for a debate, or a case study. Okay, so I think the promotion of the online sources, they're being done by us in our own small ways. And I think there's diversity in this room, both online and in this room, on how we can pursue that. But there is really value in promoting them. We can promote them through our own asynchronous and synchronous modalities, these sources. So with that, I think we have we have already finished the time. I was hoping that we can get feedback, even for 5 minutes. Yeah,
There's
or questions.
up until 10:30 and up until
Yeah.
10:30 for the break. So.
It's sharing. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. So at this juncture, we have time now from our fellow professors to share their examples. Yes, Matthew?
Sorry, and just from a number of online participants are talking about the storm and the cyclone. I think that is in late another Typhoon Paeng. Paeng.
Please stay safe.
And I think that's something that a number of the participants online have really identified, the trouble that happens with, obviously this is synchronous learning, but with just connectivity. And I just, and one of the participants has said that this is why a majority of the faculty prefer the in-person because the internet connectivity is such a challenge.
And I think, is that working? To that end, that's why I would say in the context, certainly in parts of the Philippines, I would be very mindful of using synchronous activity because we're seeing live now where difficulties can emerge, whether it's connectivity, whether it's natural disasters. It plays such a role, and to the extent that we can take that stressor away for students and utilize, if we have to be online, then let's use some of the asynchronous tools at our disposal. And you could see through the Microsoft Sway file that I utilize for preparing my lessons for students. That's something that they can work through at their own pace, at their own time, whatever is convenient for them. So I would strongly encourage you, and I know that that's why online teaching was dismissed in many contexts, because the synchronous activities didn't work. But I would encourage you to not think of online as only synchronous. There are great ways to engage students asynchronously as well.
Sorry, can I also share again from Judge Rusty Nair? He says, since the start of the pandemic, all of my classes have our own group chats where I post assignments, cases, announcement, and also for social interaction. I have conducted my exams and reaction papers through Google Forms or via email.
Great, that's a great example. We have a question in the room.
Clarification only, because it struck me what you said that we can do asynchronous and synchronous online. So whether offline or online, we can do both asynchronous and synchronous. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, yeah. So you can do asynchronous learning in the face-to-face context.
All right. But
you're setting it for them to do away from the classroom. So in your synchronous class, you may say to students, this is essentially the flipped classroom approach. So you would say to students, your activity is to go away and research this, or it may be even to work through some online materials, and then they come back. So synchronous and asynchronous just refers to where the learning is taking place. So if it's synchronous, it's happening live, in person, or online in person at a fixed point in time. Asynchronous is where there's separation in time and or distance from the learner and the student.
And if anyone online would like to share, please raise your hand and we can, yes. Judge Cappadocia. No, that's me.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, thank you po. Thank you very much. I recognize. Do I have the floor?
You do.
Yes.
Can I share my experience? As I said yesterday, I started teaching the subject in 2005. At that time, there was no one book that has it all on environmental law. Actually, I started using the environmental laws in the Philippines code. It's published by UP Los Baños. So since I am teaching in the two schools, so it has to be a uniform, learning content. So I develop a course outline which will be used in both schools. So the same materials for the two schools. I started preparing PowerPoint presentation. All the laws. The course outline is in a PowerPoint. Every session, every class meeting, I have my PowerPoint. So when the pandemic struck, I did not have difficulty doing asynchronous and synchronous. Before the pandemic, I just have my PowerPoint in class, discussing, giving examples, but I'm guided by my PowerPoint presentation. When during the pandemic, I shared my PowerPoint to my students. So it was an asynchronous session. And then we have another session, synchronous, for me to do the lecture, give some salient features of the law, or I was a facilitator, and then I shifted role to being a moderator and a synthesizer of the asynchronous materials I gave them before the synchronous session. So I didn't have difficulty, transitioning from the face-to-face to the blended asynchronous synchronous, because I used the same materials. The materials were already there, but during the pandemic, it is my materials, my video materials were uploaded in the LMS of our school, because in one school there is eLearn, in the other school it's Google Classroom. So, well, I like online. I think online teaching is apt for environmental law and natural resources subject. I think my students are also engaged. I have student engagement because I started class by example. I started telling my students, if it is a environmental impact statement system, I will say environmental compliance certificate. Heard, never heard, just heard. So I will know from my students if they have heard it, they are familiar with it, or so I will tell them. So we will know what this is and what is the law governing. So I think my students are, they enjoy because I give them stories relating to the subject matter.
That's
Thank
some
you.
great examples. Thank you for sharing. And I think I would just add there with PowerPoint, you make a wonderful point there that PowerPoint's probably an underrated tool as well. Like if you really don't have the access to other platforms to deliver content, PowerPoint can be a really, really helpful method for structuring the content and the readings for students. And I'm not sure if I understood correctly, but one thing that you can do with PowerPoint files, of course, is embed video on a slide. So you can embed a video of yourself talking to the slide on the PowerPoint that students can then download and watch to work through the content themselves. So again, you don't necessarily need all of the bells and whistles and other tools. By just being savvy about some of the basic tools that we have at our disposal, you can really present some engaging material for the students. Thanks for sharing that example.
Thanks po.
Thank you po.
Thank you. Ma'am Teresa, this is Judge.
Am I recognized? Good morning, everyone.
Yes. Good morning.
Good
po.
morning.
Raining and very foggy from where I am, but this is just a virtual background. That is not the situation here. It's very foggy and it's raining here in Malaybalay City in Bukidnon. I salute Judge Che Cappadocia in her teaching method, because she is really knowledgeable, unlike me. So I just would like to share my experience and apprehensions on the online platform. So during the height of the pandemic, when everybody was quarantined, no, and nobody is allowed to go out. So our class was full online, and we utilize Google Classroom for the posting of assignments, introductions, videos that I utilize in my class. But for the synchronous and asynchronous classes, I use Zoom. So perhaps if perhaps I can speak for some of the professors here. We are technically challenged because I've learned from Professor Amanda that there are a lot of LMS platforms we can utilize, and I only know of a few. So perhaps there's some truth on you cannot learn teach old dogs new tricks, but I'm trying. I'm trying to learn, but I am really limited. Admittedly, I am limited. And speaking of back channel, I am part of the group chat of my students, and if I notice that there is no interaction during class, I go to Messenger in our group chat and then engage with them in that back channel, because it's more accessible than Google Classroom, than going to Google Classroom. So I ask them questions there. They answer, and then to check if they really understood, I post problems, and then most students would also post their answer. And I have apprehension in this asynchronous online, no, where we just post our lecture, either video or text notes, no, because I don't know if it's just me. I'm just apprehensive if my students would really understand the subject matter. Unlike if we are, like now we have blended learning, like we go face to face for 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks asynchronous and synchronous. Unlike if it's face to face or a synchronous lecture online, where I can explain and they can immediately ask questions. My reservation with asynchronous is that, do they really get the point? Do they really understood the subject matter? And students have the tendency of just, okay, I have the notes now. Okay, I will just read that later. And that is my apprehension in asynchronous. So like I said, now now that pandemic, the COVID virus is not that what you call this, really on attack among us, no. So we have blended, we have face to face, and the first thing I noticed when we had face to face classroom lecture, my students froze when I asked them questions. My students froze. They cannot answer. And I was telling my dean, who is also present now in this forum, perhaps there's an effect that we need to, consider psychologically, because this is the first time that for 2 years they've been online, because online they can discuss, they can engage with me, but for the first time face to face, they froze. It's like they were sweating, even if the room is air conditioned, and cannot give me an answer. So I also use PowerPoint. And Professor Amanda, I do not know how to combine text with video, just like the example you showed us. So I really would want to know that. And like I said, I am technically challenged. So I think that's all for my sharing. Thank you.
Thank you for such a very deep and personal sharing of experiences there. You know, I think, I hope I remember everything there. Your comments sparked so many thoughts. One thing is, I think, you know, you said repeatedly about feeling technologically challenged. You are not alone there. It faces everybody, and it even faces some of the students in terms of accessing some of the online tools. I think the important message is, don't feel you have to do everything at once. Start out small. Start with tools that perhaps you've already had experience with, like PowerPoint. And just build it gradually. Don't feel you have to be on top of every single tool or platform. Again, go back to the message that we had yesterday that underpins pedagogy. What's the learning style? What's the motivation for using a particular tool? If you're doing it just for the sake of being able to say that you used a great quiz app or something like that, then that might not be the right motivation. So yes, definitely, if you don't have access to Microsoft Sway, and I can tell you the end product looks very good, but it's very easy to utilize. You know, you don't have to be an expert at content creation to make a good Sway file. And Sway is just, I feel it's a bit more of an interactive PowerPoint, if you like. So if you haven't had access to Microsoft Sway before, I would encourage you to take a look at that tool. But also, again, with PowerPoint, to the extent that you can access further training and development around how to use PowerPoint effectively, I would encourage you to do that too, because where you can learn how to incorporate video into your slides or even audio, it can be a really effective tool. The big comment I think I had on your reflection, though, was when you were talking about being concerned that in the online environment, students might not be able to raise any questions. How do you know if they're working asynchronously, whether they've understood the content? And that's a valid consideration. My response to that would be, that's where we need to be very conscious that we're preempting that there could be student questions and concerns with the materials, and that we provide the spaces for that to take place. So if synchronous is the way to do that, if you think that that's going to work for the particular outcomes that you have, if you think synchronous methodology is the best way to do that, then you can provide the content asynchronously and then have a shorter live synchronous Zoom session to clarify content and see if students have any questions. Or if you are totally teaching asynchronously, then it's about providing a space for students to ask questions. And that could be as simple as setting up a discussion forum in your learning management system to say, okay, we've looked through the content for this week. Does anyone have any questions? Or what did you think about this particular issue? I know we didn't dwell on it in great detail on the example I showed from my Sway file, but there were questions for reflection embedded throughout that file. And that can provide stimulus for students to actually check in and make sure that they've understood something. So you can pose questions for reflection at the end of a particular topic within your weekly content to say to students, you know, check that you've understood these concepts. And you can encourage students to share their responses. So in much the same way as you would do if you were in a physical classroom, you might pose questions to students or during a tutorial. You can do the same thing here. Will all students share a response? Probably not. Are we going to be sure that all students are working through the materials? Probably not. But in much the same way as our physical classrooms, we can't be sure that they're going away and doing the readings there either. And not every student is going to ask a question. So the important thing is to make sure, though, that you're creating the conditions under which students are empowered to ask questions. So it's not only just putting the forum up there, but it's, you know, having that teacher presence and saying, I'm, you know, open to your questions about this. If you don't understand something or anyone have any concerns about this, please let me know. And you can also ask certain students, perhaps that you have a stronger rapport with, to seek feedback from them. Do you understand this? Have I made myself clear? and get feedback that way as well and keep adjusting. But again, thank you for your reflection. There was some very interesting and very valid concerns in there.
Thank you.
We have a question in the room and then, we have two questions in the room.
Okay, I just wanted to add, yeah, so student engagement is very important, especially when you're teaching online, something that we always grapple with as teachers. What I did during the pandemic was, well, use some tools that they can, they can use offline, like, watch a Netflix movie, for example, when it comes to, talking about climate change. So you don't have to necessarily ask them to read the IPCC, report. And then, trigger the discussion with that, when you come back in class and, get their insights and reactions. I also use songs, like when I teach EIA, I usually use the Big Yellow Taxi song of Joni Mitchell. So, and then I can ask the question, is Paradise an environmentally critical area? So it's, it's because they build a paradise to build a parking lot, right? So it's, the construction of a parking lot, an environmentally critical project. So things like those. And it triggers the discussion. And then I ask them, do you have other songs, environmental songs that you can share? And usually, the students come up with a lot of songs that they can relate with an environmental topic. So, and then talking about Microsoft Sway, I learned this from Amanda. And then I tried to investigate myself after, I think 2 years ago. And I found Google Sites. It's also, an online tool. You can build your module, your topics there. And then I just share the link to the students. And then when we meet, I ask questions about, what they've understood. If they don't understand, some of the topics there, so I go through the sites with them. So it's a way of, ensuring that we are able to finish all the topics that we need to finish also, because, there's a lot of, topics that we need to cover. So I have, topics on fisheries already there, topics on mining, topics on, everything that they need to study, and they just need to look at the laws. There are hyperlinks there that would lead them to the law itself. So you can create that if you're able to. So those are things that, although you have those, I've been using it for the past 2 years, and sometimes you need to adjust as well and try to reflect. Is this working? Is this something that I need to change? So, it's not, a bullet, silver bullet.
No.
It's not going to be that. You have to always constantly check yourself and see if the students are getting it, are learning something from the materials that you're sharing with them. So I think that's my...
You just reminded me of a conversation I had with Tony Oposer about an environmental law karaoke competition. Would not work in the Australian context, I can assure you, but I know that there is quite a fondness for karaoke.
In the Philippines.
In the Philippines, so perhaps that could be a tool that you could implement. And Tony regularly tries to get the crowd up on their feet at various colloquia. I know we have another question in the room, but I think maybe we might just cut quickly to Remelisa online, because she's been waiting very patiently with the hand raised. Oh, just on mute.
Nakamute kayo, Judge? Ay, the audio.
Sorry, Judge, we just can't hear you for some reason. We're just checking the audio.
And we'll come back.
We'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Let's go to your question.
Actually, it's not a question. I would just like to share some of what we do in the DOJ. If for your information, if the Supreme Court has the PhilJA, Philippine Judicial Academy, we already created our own DOJ Academy. And for that purpose, we trained trainers that will conduct seminars and trainings to our fellow prosecutors, and luckily I was chosen as one. I was trained as one, and we are now delivering trainings and webinars. Now, in the DOJ Academy, we already created several courses, and one of these courses is environmental laws, which I am also a part. And before the pandemic, we conduct our seminars face-to-face. But because of the pandemic, we were forced to employ or utilize the online. So we created our own LMS, the eFront. Okay. Now what we do is, since it is purely online, we will categorize our training or our modules if it is knowledge-based or skill-based. So if it is knowledge-based, what we do is we upload in our LMS some asynchronous activities. Okay, we upload the laws that they're going to read, the cases that they have to read and analyze, and just like what we were saying a while ago, we also encountered those apprehensions with respect to asynchronous activities. How do we know if the participants actually went through the materials? So what we do is we conduct a fact check, knowledge check. How is this? It's either we also incorporate in our LMS a short quiz, or we do an asynchronous activity for, let's say, Kahoots, just to check if they really went through the materials. Okay, I would really like to share with you our LMS, but I don't think I can. Technically, I cannot share it. So, ganun po ang ginagawa namin. Okay, so upload all materials, and then let the participants on their own time go through the activities, and then we back it up with an asynchronous activities, learning activities, just to check if they have really understood the materials that we already uploaded. Okay, that's it.
Great example, thank you. And perhaps you might be willing, at least for those who are here in the room, if anyone wants to come and maybe see the LMS, maybe you'd be happy to share during the break.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Prosecutor.
Judge Remelisa, I'm not sure if we've still got you online and if we may be able to try again with your comment.
Yes.
Oh, we can hear you.
You hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah. Actually, I would just like to share my what I did during the pandemic, and also I still do that now, even on hybrid, flexible, on high flex learning. Actually, I'm quite lucky because I was able to, before the pandemic, I was enrolled in an LLM class with the University of California, Berkeley, and it's a hybrid online modality. And so I just followed their template. So all my content, I put it on asynchronous online. So I started doing video lectures that I would post on the LMS. And then I assigned readings, I assigned cases, and all the synchronous activities online is only used for discussion purposes. Not everybody can go online at the time that we want to, because there is really a problem with connectivity, a problem with power interruptions. We have a lot of that here in the Bicol region. And so I record all my Zoom classes and then again post it online. And then so we do discussion groups. We have and one thing that I also did, which I got from UC Berkeley, is I implemented office hours. So there's 1 hour a week where I'm online and they could just come in and ask me questions regarding the class or anything about anything under the sun. They could email me if they have questions. And I was really very similar to my professors in Berkeley. I also did my best to be in touch with my students, in the sense that if I have like an assignment that I assigned to them and some missed the deadline, I would email them and ask them if there's something, if there's something bothering them, that they, just to remind them that they missed the deadline, and that I'm going to wait for to let them know that I know that they missed the deadline. I know that they did not submit. And another thing that I also adapted was really to concentrate on the student as learner, to just concentrate on what they learn, no, not in just to give you an idea about the assessment, no. I was really surprised that the professors provided sample exams to us, and they disclosed the rubrics. They gave us like a sample answer sheet, so like sample answers of students in the past for that particular sample final exam, and so that we know how they ask questions, we know how what are the answers that are expected. So there was really no reason for us as students in LLM to not pass the course. So with regards to the problems with connectivity, during that time we had a lot of classmates from Africa, classmates from South America that have different time zones, so they couldn't possibly be on Zoom in the middle of the night. Actually, when we were still online, I had to be up from 11 o'clock to about 3 o'clock in the morning if I want to participate in the Zoom classes. But again, it was not really required because they recorded the classes, so I could listen in. And even if I missed it completely and was not able to watch, these were the Zoom classes were just discussions, not necessarily content. So it was not really all that important. I mean, they also provided transcripts of the lectures, of the video lectures. So if there is really, you have low bandwidth, you have no other possible way of being able to access content, you could download it and just read it. Now, with regards to my experience, relating it to my experience, I had similar problems during the pandemic, and even now, no, when I do my online classes. But surprisingly, the students cope, no. I have students who would go to the office on a Sunday just to access internet connectivity because they live in a place where internet connectivity is difficult. Some would go to places that have strong connectivity just to be able to attend my classes. So they cope, they do their best, and if they have problems, they will inform you. They will tell you that I'm having problems, I can't access this particular content. I let them know that I will help them with I let them know and truly help them with how they could access those content. So actually, this is the online portion of the classes. It's also an activity where they will learn how to solve problems. No, they will learn how to. It's also developing their problem solving skills. No, so I'm just surprised sometimes that they are able to cope. And so I still believe with online modality, especially for adult learners who are working. It works for our college because again, 98% of my students are working.
Yeah.
So it works for them. They prefer it. But just for good measure, I still conduct face-to-face in-campus classes, and I still do have some recitation just to make sure that they learned something. They learned something from what I've put out there. So
Thank you for sharing that. That's wonderful to know. And one of the big, the important takeaways there is again, that clear planning and setting expectations, especially around things like contact hours and how long until you respond to students and that sort of thing. We have run over time. We're aware of that. It's very important now that we give you an opportunity for a comfort break, There's for those here in person, there's tea and coffee and refreshments outside. For those who are joining us online, please take an opportunity to go and have a short break, and we will reconvene back here.
I think, thanks, Amanda. I think we just have one short video to show
Oh, okay.
before we go, just
No
to
problem.
add it into the program. Thank you. And also in terms, Mark Anthony Polonon, maybe we can come back to your question after the break if you're happy with that. So Angelo, is there a video to show?
Environmental law and human rights are closely intertwined. Often, fighting for one leads to fighting for the other. Such was the case for Surachai and Supapon from N-Law in Thailand. Surachai and Supapon were working for a human rights law firm when they were assigned an interesting case. Several dozen community activists had been protesting against the coal power plant. Many of them were charged by the police for trespassing and disorderly conduct. Some were facing years of jail time. As a result, they formed N-Law in 2001, one of Thailand's first organizations dedicated to empowering marginalized communities, protecting their environmental rights through litigation and advocacy. In 2003, N-Law took on the case of Clitty Creek, which would become a landmark environmental case. Since the 1960s, toxic runoff from a local mining operation was polluting the creek, leading to rising cases of lead poisoning among the residents. With no funds for legal assistance, the villagers were powerless against the continuing industrial pollution. With support from N-Law, the Lawyers Council of Thailand, and other legal rights groups, the villagers filed and won 3 cases, including a landmark win at the Supreme Court. The rulings included compensation for more than 150 affected villagers and a restoration of the creek. The Clitty Creek case also set a precedent for court-ordered cleanups of industrial and mining toxic waste sites. This is just one of the stories of the many environmental law champions across Asia who are fighting and winning battles for people and the environment. These champions are making positive changes that will echo for generations. Join us in this movement as we work to develop and support the environmental law champions of tomorrow.
Thank you very much. See you back in 15 minutes. Thank you indeed. So thank you very, very much, all our online people. Great participants online. Unfortunately, our in-person participants are still enjoying the coffee and tea. So we're just rounding up everyone from outside. So we've had a very good health break here, and I think this is something that we're learning of our new, now that we're getting back to our in-person events. As it's true, isn't it, that lawyers like to talk, don't they? You know. I think this is an observation I can make. You know.
We are affirming that.
The affirmation. Thank you very much. Thank you. And so, Angelo, so I think we just had a question before by Judge Bolonan. Did you want to, you were having something to share about teaching, so if you would like to share with us, that would be great at the moment. Thank you very much.
Hey, good morning. By the way, I'm Judge Polo. I preside over a city court in Iloilo City designated as an environmental court. And I also preside over a circuit court in Iloilo province that has jurisdiction over 3 municipalities. During my younger days, I was with the Philippine Judicial Academy for 7 years. And that gave me a glimpse of how it is done over there. And usually, the professors there, at least during my time there, they really are subject matter experts. They know what they're talking about. They know the law, they know the rules, they know the jurisprudence, but they are practically clueless about methodology and approaches of teaching the subject matter. So from what I've observed when I was still with Philja back then, these subject matter experts would just provide their material. Some of them I even saw handwritten material. would just give their material to the Philja people, and the Philja people will just convert that material into a presentation. Usually these are slide presentations, but I also saw some efforts being made back then to come up with video presentations when video presentations are not yet still in vogue. And with this observation, and I see that there are law deans also present with us, I think because in the College of Law, it's undeniable that the professors there are content or subject matter experts. They know the law, but as to the methodology, as to the presentation, how to put it across more effectively to the students, I think it's about time for the College of Law to actually reach out to the other colleges and other departments in the university. For example, the College of Law can reach out to the College of Education to further discuss methodology and approaches. The College of Law can reach out to the College of Information Technology or Computer Science for the packaging. And perhaps if there is a mass communication or communication arts department, then the College of Law can reach out to the College of Mass Communication or Communication Arts for the media production and the delivery of the content. Of course, there are many law subjects in law school, but I think if we are to have a sample of how this synergy would work, I think it's best to start with environmental law because of the interdisciplinary nature of environmental law. Actually, in the school where I teach, here in Iloilo City, Central Philippine University, we also have a College of Agriculture. We also have a College of of engineering and packaging engineering. And I think it's especially in teaching environmental law, it's not just the lawyer or the judge or the law professor who would know everything about the subject matter. I mean, in terms of effectively teaching the subject matter. So I think a team teaching approach would also be very good when it comes to teaching subjects like environmental law. Just a few observations and recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge. So the next session is to check about your homework and also to focus on some of the development of the modules. So when I presented yesterday about the development of the model environmental law curriculum that Professor Jonathan and the task force have been working on, we looked at a number of modules, and these are the what we call the national environmental law modules and sectoral issues. So what we have now is we're going to divide the online group into 13 breakout sessions. So for our online participants, and some of those have filled out forms, you will be automatically allocated to one of these 13 groups. But, this is the exciting part. It's always exciting talking about technology with lawyers, isn't it? So, this, once you're allocated to the group, you are then able on Zoom to change the group that you wish to go to. So if you're allocated to energy law and you wish to be into the sources of environment and natural resources law, you can click on the breakout group number 1 and you can go and change location, or the access to justice group. So once you're allocated to those groups, you will then be able to reallocate yourself to another group. For the in-person people, I have put on a table, and I'll go around the table, a particular topic. You can move to the topic that interests you. And then for the next 30 minutes, we will essentially start to fill out the form and the online form. So the idea is, and this is really as part of a curriculum. So Professor Amanda and Attorney Jody have shown, the detail that can be put, and some of the other participants, the details that can be put in a lesson plan. This is perhaps one step back from that. Think of this as a resource for your fellow colleagues, your fellow environmental law professors and teachers, that this is identifying legislation, cases and materials, articles, but also the objectives. What is the objective of teaching about environmental natural resources, or the sources of environmental natural resources law? The Constitution, international agreements, and then some of the particular articles. And so the aim of this process over the next 30 minutes is to provide enough detail, and you can put it on a computer. I also provided, I think Gab sent out yesterday, a PowerPoint presentation, so you can fill that out if you have access to that. And we'll compile these at the end of the session, and these will then be used to go online to fill out this National Environmental Law curriculum. But the idea is that it's a repository of information for teachers and for academics who might be using this material. And it can be as detailed or as sort of outliners as you like. What we hope is that over the next few years, we can fill this out so that it becomes a real teaching aid for academics and those working on environmental law, so that they can use this in all of their teaching. And maybe we can develop, lesson plans or even sway models that people can also use. Because I think one of the big things that I know is that all teachers, no matter what you're doing, whether you're presenting a one-off presentation or doing part of a course, time is always our enemy. And the amount of time to prepare lessons is impactful. Finding materials, finding news articles, and so this is a way that we can collaborate and share, and hopefully not only in the Philippines but in the region. So everyone, we will now, I think, Angelo, if we can open up the open up the breakout rooms, and if we can then allocate people to those breakout rooms, and then the online people can then change their breakout rooms to a session, and then in 30 minutes at 11:45 we will come back and we will choose some people to give presentations. We don't have enough time for everyone, but what we want to do is collect all the information that's available and get your slides and feedback to then upload it onto the Google Drive. And I think there was meant to be fisheries. If there isn't a fisheries breakout room, take over one of the breakout rooms and use it as fisheries. Sorry, we may. So I'm just now going to go around the room and point out where, and please move around. You can actually move around to an area and a topic that interests you. So here is mining and resources. Mining resources here. And if you're only in a group of one, that just means you are the subject matter expert. Here we have pollution and chemicals, but again, you can move to a table of a topic that interests you. Energy law. We have environmental crime and compliance at this table here. What have we got here?
National ENR law and key sectoral issues.
Okay, so this is the national environmental laws, sources of environmental law, and constitutional. This was also very popular. So constitutional law, hierarchies of law, links to obligations. So that's this table here. Climate law and litigation is over here, I think. Oh, sorry, this is the role of the courts here. The role of the courts and access to justice in this corner. So you can change, which one is this? Forestry law. Forestry law here, so if you want to identify key issues. This, Indigenous peoples here. Indigenous people here. We have fisheries law here. Climate change law and mitigation is here.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Everyone in the Zoom?
Yes.
Okay. We will be reopening the Zoom room, the breakout rooms. So for our participants who are using desktop or their laptops, please click the breakout room function at the bottom of your screen and choose the topic that you wish to join. To those who are using mobile phones, please send a message through the chat box so we can assign you to which topic you would like to join. Okay.
So please be happy.
Thank you. Okay, now the breakout rooms are open. You may now join the breakout.
Some of the key issues. What we want our students. And then
Doesn't appear yet, the breakout rooms.
You cannot find the breakout rooms in the
Sige po. I'll assign you po. Which ano na lang po? Which topic would you like to join po? I'll assign you to the breakout rooms.
Access to justice.
Okay. for a while po. Angelo, do we have the breakout room started na? Access to justice. Okay. Ayan. Ano pa? Sorry po.
It's here na. The breakout room is here na.
Hi, I'm sorry to our participants. We're having difficulties with opening the breakout rooms. Let's give us around 3 minutes to recreate the breakout rooms po. Sorry. Okay, to our co-hosts, please do not click the close all rooms because we're having difficulties assigning. So for Sir Henry,
May I ask assistance, please? I have no access to breakout rooms, please.
which topic would you like to be transferred po? Attorney Fe?
Yes. What are the topics again?
We have sources of
Fishery, energy.
let me share po. First is the sources of ENR law. Then we have a topic for access to justice.
Sources of DENR laws. Wala.
Okay.
NR laws.
We also
NR
have
laws.
environmental crime and compliance, climate change mitigation, pollution, plastics and waste, biodiversity and protected areas, forestry, fisheries, indigenous peoples and the law, energy law, land use, city and town planning, as well as mining and resources. Which should be
My
biodiversity.
second choice is biodiversity and protected areas.
Okay, okay, I'll transfer you po to biodiversity.
Thank you.
Gabriel Matola at Lev.com. Yung nag-email. Yes. Sige po.
Okay. Do we still have participants here that have yet to join our breakout rooms? Or having difficulties joining? Okay, Dean Peachy, which room would you like to be transferred? Mark Anthony. Yes, I need climate change. Climate change. Okay. Yes, yeah, I think most of our participants have joined. Do we still have participants who would like to be transferred po? Okay, I think we're good. Hello, Attorney Marjorie. Yan, nakalipat na siya.
Let's see how it goes. Did it go okay? Yeah, it's on there. Thank you, Angelo. Can we start to close the breakout rooms? I think we're closing all of the breakout rooms and bringing everyone back into the main. So can I have a quick show of hands from our online participants? So in your reaction, in the reaction button, you have a clap, a heart, or a thumbs up. So can I ask, if you thought that exercise was useful, can you give us a heart? Can I see your hearts? Ah, more hearts? I know that elections are over in the Philippines, but I still like, yeah. There's hearts? Okay. And we've got some K-drama hearts, which is also important. So thank you very much. And in the room here, Did you find it useful? Did you find it effective? Do you think it's something that we can use in developing an environmental law curriculum? Yes? Some thumbs, some hearts? Okay. So thank you all very much. I mean, this was also to our online participants, you know, this is always for us the challenge of how we deal with breakout rooms and group exercises in that blended learning. And so this was really also a bit of a test to see how it would work. And so thank you to our tech team to respond to that interesting thing with the breakout rooms at the beginning. So yesterday, just to let you know, yesterday, the breakout rooms were allocated and they were allocated automatically. And today, for some reason, they didn't allocate automatically. So it was just one of those interesting moments in the technology of Zoom. I often find that some of these learning management platforms, they do everything except that the one thing you would really like them to do. But that also means we forget just how extraordinary some of these platforms are. I mean, you know, how much we can do using that technology and how much we can adapt the technology for our needs. So I'm going to call first to show environmental crime module. So I will. So we're going to share the screen. Do you want to take the?
Good morning, everyone. Our group selected forestry code, and as you can see, Nasaan yung clicker ko? Anyway, so as you all know, I'm Prosecutor Go, and let me share with you our selected topic for forestry. So green laws. So at the end of this, what is the objective of this module? First, by the end of this sub-module, participants will be able to, number one, discuss the scope and elements of selected green laws, and to demonstrate the increased knowledge and skills in the investigation and prosecution of the selected 3 environmental cases. But if for the purpose of this delivery, we will be focusing on forestry. So what are the green laws? Green laws deals with the protection, conservation, utilization, and development of forests, other land-based natural resources, and wildlife. Okay? There are several green laws. We have PD 705, Forestry Reform Code of the Philippines. We have RA 9175, Chainsaw Act of 2002. We have RA 9147, Conservation and Protection of Wildlife Resources. We have the RA 9072, Law on Management and Protection of National Caves and Cave Resources. We also have RA 11038, the NIPAS Act of 2018, I mean. And we have RA 8371, or the IPRA law. But for the purpose, again, of this seminar, we'll be concentrating on forestry. So, PD 705. This was enacted in May 19, 1975, and it was amended by these laws, PD 1559, PD 865, PD 1775, BP 33, BP 701, EO 277, and RA 7161. It is composed of 92 sections and 4 chapters. Okay. Now, what are the agencies that are tasked with forest management? We have, of course, the DENR, the Forest Management Bureau, FMB. We have the municipalities, cities, or the LGUs. We also have the special bodies, the examples of which are the Protected Area Management Boards, PAMB. We have the Palawan, Council for Sustainable Development, PCSD, and the Watershed Management Boards and Councils. Now, In 2011, there was a total lag ban, okay, by Executive Order number 23. So it covers only in natural and residual forest, and it by virtue of this law, all agreements has been stopped, and it is subject for all agreements are now subject for DNR review and cancellation of agreements, especially those holders with 2 previous violations and 1 illegal logging activity. And under this law also, the DepEd is given the priority to use the confiscated logs, okay, for to be used as chairs, converted into tables. Now, what are the prohibited acts under PD 705? We have illegal logging. We have unlawful occupation or destruction of forest. We have illegal pasturing of livestock. We have illegal occupation of national park system. We have survey by unauthorized persons. By the way, we will be just, for the purpose of this seminar again, we'll be focusing on these 5. But there are other prohibited acts under 705. We have destruction of wildlife resources. We have misclassification and survey of government employee. We have illegal issuance of tax declaration. We have coercion and influence to commit Section 83 and 84. Yan nga, yung misclassification and illegal issuance. We have possession of implements and devices used by forest officer, and failure to pay or remit forest charges, and illegal sale of wood product. Okay. Now we go first to the first illegal act, illegal logging. There are 3 categories. Okay. First is cutting of timber and other forest product from any forest land, and cutting in alienable and disposable land or private land. And the possession, mere possession of timber and other forest products without legal documents as required under existing laws and regulations.
So, Prosecutor Go, 1 more minute to go. So, thank you.
Now, who are liable? As a general rule, those who actually cut, gathered, collected, removed timber or forest products, except in case of juridical persons, the officers who ordered the cutting, gathering, collecting, and removing of these timber or forest products. Now, what are the elements? The accused, cut, gathered, etc. We have removal. We have cutting without authority under a license agreement. So for that purpose, you may want to read People versus CFI of Quezon and Mustang Lumber versus CA. Now, what is the nature of the offense of this possession of timber? It is consummated by mere possession of lumber without proper document. It is malum prohibitum, so intent is not necessary. Thus, possession not for personal gain but for repair of barangay breach is inconsequential. The accused in this case was convicted. I also filed a case against the principal who ordered the cutting of a leaning acacia tree. Kasi na binagyo, it was leaning, but the principal was not able to secure a permit from DNR. So what I can do? I had to charge the principal. So, is there a difference between timber and lumber? Now, in this case, People versus Kapulong, timber now includes lumber or processed log. Kasi yung timber, this is the raw tree with the barks. And lumber is the processed log. Ito na yung mga nalinisan na. So, timber includes, okay, processed logs. And it does not include tree saplings. And the diameter is 15 centimeters and at least 1.5 meters long. It also includes mangrove species, regardless of size. Now, what are the evidence required? First is the proof of intent to possess. Okay, so time is up. I hope you learned something.
Thank you so much, Prosecutor Go. So what we'll do is we'll go now to one of our online groups. Is there someone online who would like to share? Yes? Judge Cappadocia? So please, oh, I like, yep. And can I also ask, also anyone who has put these sites, can you please save with the title of your module on your own hard drive first, and then we've asked to be sent to Gab. There's a link in the email. So please, if you've used this PowerPoint presentation, please save on your computer and then email it or email a link to Gab. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much for recognizing us after prosecutor presentation, because our topic is also forestry law. So thank you for sharing with us what the law is all about. We went directly to discuss the issues in relation to PD 705, Revised Forestry Code. So the title is Revised Forestry Code. So it was enacted in 1975. So it's a relatively old law, and we believe that it is time it should be amended because it's a relatively old law. Okay, so the first issue we discussed was the correct interpretation of Section 77 of PD 705. This is my suggestion because we judges here in our area in Northern Mindanao, we are not uniform in the interpretation of the penalty for illegal logging, Section 77 of PD 705, while the provision says that it is to be considered as qualified theft in relation to 309 and 310 of the Revised Penal Code. But there is this Almuete case. It's a 2013 case, and the ruling of the Supreme Court in that case was that it can't be considered qualified theft if there is no allegation that it was committed by a driver by blah, 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 as provided in Article 310 of the Revised Penal Code. So the judges here in our jurisdiction have, even if the value is less than 1.2 million, because 10954 pegged the jurisdiction of the first level courts at 1.2 million. There are judges here who take cognizance of illegal logging cases if the value is less than 1.2 million. And there are judges here also, even if the value is less than 1.2 million, but interpreting it as then the RTC judge takes cognizance of the case. So some of the cases went ping pong because it will be dismissed by the first level court and then raffled again. So the prosecutors are not uniform in the interpretation of Section 77. So I myself brought it to my group to make it as one of the issues because there is a need for a jurisprudence on the correct interpretation of the penalty that is imposable in illegal logging cases, Section 77 of PD 705. I want to share with the group that the Almuete case is a 2013 case, and it was decided by the Supreme Court en banc. The subsequent cases, which treated illegal logging cases as one of qualified theft, were decided by a division only. So some of the judges here are of the opinion, and I myself am of the opinion, I may be wrong, that the Almuete case should be the controlling jurisprudence. So I put that as one of the issues I brought it to the attention of our group. The second case is, the second issue is the correct interpretation of wood charcoal. So this is related to the doctrine of what is the meaning of forest product. Of course, we know that wood charcoal is wood which has undergone processing. So is it to be considered as a forest product? There is one member of our group who is in Bicol, and no, yung isa pala hindi pala Bicol. I'm sorry. I think from another place, and he's saying that.
Excuse me, Judge. One more minute.
One more minute.
One more minute. Thank you.
Okay. So the issue in topic number 2 is the interpretation of wood of forest product. Is it, does that mean that wood charcoal, if one is in possession of wood charcoal, is that violative of Section 77? Is it considered as forest product, even if it has undergone processing? And the third topic is about agarwood. Of course, we all know that agarwood is famous because, so they say it's a tree which started growing during Jesus' time. So the price of agarwood is now very high. Okay, agarwood, they come in chips, so they are wood chips. Are they to be considered as forest products? I am of the opinion that it has to be considered as forest product. So we would want, the correct interpretation, jurisprudence on that. We also took note of the statutory principle that what the law does not include, it excludes. So agarwood, wood chips, is it included in the term forest product? The same thing as wood charcoal, because wood charcoal is not included in the definition of forest product, even if it says wood, but it has undergone processing. So I think time is up. I want, there is another thing more, no, in relation to the discussion. Can you, I beg for 40 seconds.
Leave to revise and extend, as we say. Yes, yes, Judge.
Just for 30 seconds. The Merida case was a ruling of the Supreme Court in 2008. And we all know that the rules of procedure for environmental cases came out in 2010. So, well, we believe that it somehow modified the Merida case. So we are of the opinion, or I am of the opinion that pursuant to the rules of procedure for environmental cases, cases of illegal logging, theft of minerals, violation of unlawful occupation, the complaint must be signed by the DENR official, the CENRO or the authorized official. It cannot be filed by anybody. It has to go through the DENR, and the DENR official will have to sign the complaint and then submit it to the prosecutor for purposes of preliminary investigation. So that's why I wanted to react to the comment yesterday. Maybe there are reasons why the prosecutor did not find probable cause in the cutting of the mangrove trees. While we know that there is strictly no cutting of mangrove trees because they grow in protected areas. But I am suspecting maybe the complaint was defective, or I think
Thank you,
the
Judge.
prosecutor must have a reason
I'm sorry.
that.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry
Thank
for
you so much.
exceeding
I
the time.
really want to move on to other things, and you can see that I very much would like to stick to the time. So can we have 3 big claps?
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So do we have a, yes? You can slide.
Yes, we have slides.
Hello.
Hello. So our topic is of course the title of our module is teaching module on pollution, plastics, chemicals and wastes. Next slide, please. So this module should be taught in 6 hours considering the limitations for this course on environmental law. So the key reading for this topic, of course, this is still tentative, but the compilation of related laws, treaties, rules, and jurisprudence. So the primary issues for consideration in this module, as identified in the slides, are what are the general concepts, underlying circumstances, and notions on pollution, plastics, chemicals, and waste? How do international law principles, concepts, and covenants relate to the subject? What is the relevant global framework on this? How does the Philippines respond to the demands of legal protection, the coverage, contexts, and considerations on pollution, plastics, chemicals, and waste? What are the reliefs and remedies allowed under the law and the rules? And see our content. Attorney Ilak will discuss.
So this is our module. So we have the first topic is the conceptual and legal framework on pollution, plastics, chemicals, and wastes, an introduction. So the basic concepts and rules, the polluter pays principle, precautionary principles, and other journals and readings for the materials. For the second topic is the global situation and application of international legal principles and obligations. So we just listed down the relevant international commitments that the Philippines is a party to. So we have the Vienna Convention, the Montreal Protocol, the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants, Basel Convention. This is very important on the transboundary movement of hazardous wastes. Rotterdam Convention on hazard wastes. We also would want here the videos relating to these international commitments. The third topic is the localized laws, or our Philippine framework on pollution, plastics, chemicals, and wastes. So we have the air pollution, water pollution, plastics, chemicals, and wastes. So that's translated to our local laws here, the Clean Air Act, and etc. So we have the newest law. So again, we emphasize that this is a developing and a living curriculum. We have the 2022 amendments to the RA 9003, which is the Extended Producer Responsibility Act of 2022. So we also listed here the DNR laws, DNR administrative orders regarding the application of these laws. And we also have the National Plan of Action on Marine Litter. This is being developed by the DNR. So this is a collaboration between the DNR and other government agencies here in the Philippines. Next. Ako pala. Next is the topic 4, which is our the communities and actual cases. So here we would want a more localized. If we have the local laws, national laws, now we would want to have applications in their local areas. So we have the total ban of plastics in Quezon City. So what's the application of this ordinance? For the materials, we would also discuss here the actual cases. So we have the MMDA versus JANCOM, which discusses the waste to energy. The MMDA versus concerned residents of Manila Bay. And there are ongoing cases. So we would want the students to watch out for this ongoing Supreme Court cases. The Oceana versus NSWMC, or the National Solid Waste Management Commission, the Eco Waste Coalition versus DNR, which is questioning the Dow on waste energy. We have the waste issue that was very prevalent in the news. And here we would also want to have a review of the pending bills amending the pollution laws and drafting
attorney,
of local,
one minute.
Yes, local laws. And the last is the reliefs and remedies, which are the DNR jurisdiction, the PAB, or the Pollution Education Board, and all the rules of procedure and environmental cases. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another group from online who would like to contribute? Again, 5 minutes is the time. Another group online? If you want to raise a hand, I can't see a hand. A group in the room? Yes, please, Dean. Healthy competition. Has Gab got? I always understood that there was healthy competition in the Philippine law school. So and public officials, yeah. So. Thank you.
Good morning again to everyone. So we're just sharing for our group, we're just sharing our proposed syllabus. This is one being used by the university where I teach. Energy law is one of its electives. So you have there the course objectives. You just go directly to the course objectives. So It's more like an introduction to Philippine energy laws and energy regulatory policies. And in achieving such a discussion of the Philippines' energy resources, such as petroleum, coal, and renewable energy will also be provided. And of course, the regulatory framework on the mechanisms and measures to regulate the energy industry. So primarily, the course outline is divided into three categories. First is on general principles, second is on general resources, and third is on energy regulation. If we just go back first to general principles. So we have there Article 3, Section 2 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution, which mentions in clear terms that all sources of potential energy shall be owned by the state. However, there is another school of thought that renewable energy, as also opined by the Department of Justice, that it could not be considered as a national resource. But there's an ongoing discussion to that effect as we speak. You have there the cases assigned to the students and the Philippine Mining Act of 1995. So you may be wondering how on earth did that Philippine Mining Act of 1995 go there? There is there is a definition of minerals, and energy is part of it. So for the second category, we have energy resources. First, we have petroleum and the relevant issuances on petroleum. You have there the Petroleum Act of 1949, the Oil and Exploration Act of 1972 with its amendments, the Presidential Decree number 1459, and the Downstream Oil Industry Regulation Act of 1996, which, as we speak, is being deliberated now by Congress for amendments, right? And we also have the Coal Development Act of 1976 and its mandatory law, PD number 1174, and renewable energy. So we have the 2008 Renewable Energy Act and the Biofuels Act of 2006, and of course, RA number 5092 on geothermal energy, natural gas, and methane gas law. And for the third and final category, we have the Public Service Act as amended by RA number 11659 just very recently, Department of Energy Act of or RA 7638, and of course the EPIRA, which introduced some reforms to the DOE Act and the cases that relate to regulation as well. So you have there Meralco cases, the PCCI cases versus Department of Energy, the NASICOR versus ERC, all landmark cases pertaining to energy. So that would be all. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much indeed for that. And I would like sort of we'll bring the session to a close. What I can first of all say is, sorry, would you, would you? This is actually the group that I think the issue that I would want to call upon. So I will call upon Commissioner Jojo to. No, it was just because I think one of the issues we always talk about is, of course, about Indigenous people. So please come. Commissioners.
So our what you call this our module is really a disruptive module. It will disrupt the Indigenous Peoples Rights Act of the country. Okay, so we know that when we teach law, we have so many laws to teach. So for Com Lawrence, we said let us do a problem approach when we teach the law. Let's focus on the problem, and in that problem, we are able to teach and our teaching will be more relevant. So we focus on the Badjaos because the Badjaos or the Sea Gypsies are really excluded and are invisible in the IPRA law. Okay? So the module, imagine I will only teach this in 2 hours, and if I'm going to talk about everything of the IPRA, 2 hours is not enough. So it's better to really focus on an issue in your locality, like Com Lawrence, that's Tawi-Tawi. So she said, let's teach IPRA using the Badjaos problem. And so what are the issues there? The right to self-determination, right to culture, and right to environment. Why? If you look at IPRA, the provisions on the right to self-determination might not fit the way of life of the nomads because they're always moving, and even also the right to culture and the right to environment. So those are the issues. I don't know how to do this. Where do I do this? Ask to you. Sorry. Go down, up. O, ikaw na lang. Wag na. You do that. So here are the relevant laws. We don't have any cases on that. So what do we do? On right to self-determination, we have, as Amanda said, it's all there. So we just Googled that, and we got all of those, like a video on the life of the Bajau to really emphasize that they have a different way of life. And maybe they also have a different way of governing and self-determination. And so we have this, there are also a lot of already articles written about the Bajaus. Now we go to the right to culture. Now, there is also, we saw a study on the life of the Bajaus, and looking at that article and then looking at IPRA, those specific sections on the right to culture, what can you say? Is IPRA really also include the Bajaus? When IPRA was passed, it was really to be an inclusive piece of legislation. But is it really inclusive? So that's one issue, even to their culture. Now, the right to environment, we were able to find in the internet, Google only, a Rappler article on the Bajaus of Zamboanga 1 year after. And the issues, because they were displaced, they are sea people. Now you put them on land, their way of life, como Lawrence was saying, so what now is the effect of culture and the environment? Yes, they have the right also to the environment, but sometimes their culture would conflict with the right to environment because they're used to just throwing things in the sea because what they are also consuming can be consumed by there's a specific ecosystem there. When they throw, it doesn't really make the sea dirty because there are also other creatures that take care of their, for us, garbage, no? But for the sea creatures, that's their food. But now you put them on land because they were displaced because of the Zamboanga siege. And there you have an environmental problem because they would be throwing plastic because that's their culture. But when they throw plastic, nobody will eat plastic on land and all. So that would be the discussion there on the right to environment and, of course, with the right to culture. Now we'll go to the last. So I already, those are the guide questions. And here, this is where I said, what are the salient features of their culture and how it impacts on the environment? And how do we reconcile the preservation of their culture and the protection of the environment? So I end my module there. Thank you. Our module.
Thank you.
Thanks to Com Lawrence. Com Lawrence was the one who
Three
gave me the
claps to
Tawi-Tawi
the commissioner
Bajau.
table.
Thank you. And this is yours. This is
So, and there's a very good comment, and I will leave this. Thank you very much for your presentations, and we will now sort of break for lunch. But before we do so, I just wanted to point out a very good observation from Sir Ferdinand. It's the question about, are these the right ideal learning modules? And I'm going to turn over to Professor Amanda just for some observations. Yesterday he heard about the course learning outcomes, program outcomes, learning assessments, and assessment. Where in the format could we find those mentions? And of course, although the question was about teaching methodology, I also realized that my guidance to you as students didn't ask you to respond about teaching methodologies. So I, as the teacher, have to accept my responsibility for asking you just to be a constructivist. But here is all about what we could do to make those modules much more valuable and relevant.
I think that was a very good comment. You know, I think this is a good starting point to take stock of what we need to include in the modules, a bit of a scan of what we need to teach, but then we then need to get down to the business of how. And that's a bigger question in terms of what are our learning outcomes? How are we going to assess those learning outcomes? And then how are we actually going to engage in the learning activities? What are we going to do? Are we online? Are we in person? And so on. So it's a good starting point, but it's only the beginning.
Thank you so much. And as I say, you know, I think that's for us, you know, that really important lesson that, you know, the materials that we're developing are that first point, and how we teach our students or how the learning objectives are identified. That's something that we can work on over the next few months. But I do want to thank everyone again for your participation. And as I say, please save your slides with the module name and send it to Gab. Over the next week, we'll be going through the material, whatever material you can send to us, and we'll be uploading it on that curriculum drive. And then once we've done that, once we've developed some of these materials, then we'll start to move on identifying, you know, how these modules can be taught. One of those big issues also that we face is 6 hours for plastics. You know, I know Rocky might enjoy that because he's doing a lot of work on plastics. For some, it might be 6 hours too much. Some it might be, you know, this is one of the great problems we have, making sure that all of this knowledge, do we distill it to an hour? Do we say it's going to have to be 2 hours? Do we try and identify what things we can put, such as the international agreements, the Basel Convention, Stockholm, Rotterdam Conventions, the plastic ban amendments, can they be part of international environmental law? But what happens if we don't teach international environmental law? We had some academics that say, well, you have to teach public international law before you teach international environmental law. I think I was asleep in my public international law courses. I really missed a lot. But it was those sort of things until it became talking about World Heritage Properties Convention. I really wasn't interested in public international law. And so that's also one of those, you know, challenging questions that we had, that we have to deal with, how we can identify what are those core components, what are those foundational materials. And I think this is also something that was identified yesterday. If environmental law is not a first or second year subject, can we assume certain knowledge, practice and procedure? And should it be a course that requires some understanding and some knowledge? So thank you all very much. Thank you very much to our online participants. Again, please send that information and those passport things to Gab. And we will now have a break, coming back at 1:30. Is that right? 1:30? And so at 1:30, we have a very distinguished panel who will be talking and addressing us on and talking about environmental law clinics. And we have wonderful presentations from Dr. Georgie Lloyd from Bangkok, Attorney Joyce Melkartan, who's with Client Earth but based in London, and Attorney Joy Galian, who's was to be here from Cebu, but unfortunately is online. But we know Attorney Joy is online. So please return at 1:30, and we look forward to seeing you online and in person. So thank you very much. And lunch is at the podium level, as we were before. Best group ever. Shall we take away the? We can. Yeah. Otherwise, they're our names. So. Sorry.
They look so good. They look so good.
Looking good. Is our tech team ready? Do you know where Angelo is? I'm here. Oh, okay. A few minutes, yeah. Any more group photos, please? This is an ADB. ADB has spent a lot of money on the facilities, so please, energy, yeah. So we'll be starting in just a few minutes.
That's a good precedent, so everybody follows. Okay, yeah. The young ones.
Meron pala siyang ano dito. Meron pala. Kaya pala sino may ganun doon.
Oh, wow.
May screen.
Kunwari maganda.
Moderator. Ay, but they'll stay.
Sama ako dyan, sama ako dito.
O dito, wala kang picture dito?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Can I, well, there's judges here. Can I most respectfully request us to stand and get as much oxygen as we can? 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you, professors, your honors. Okay, so we have the next session, which is on environmental law clinics in the Philippines and beyond. And we have online our 3 distinguished speakers. Dr. Georgina Lloyd Rivera, who is the Regional Coordinator for Environmental Law and Governance of the UN Environmental Program. And she has been involved in capacity building for environmental law in Southeast Asia. And she has continued to provide advice to government and non-government stakeholders on environmental law and policy issues. And then our next speaker would be Joyce Melcar-Tan. She's a lawyer for Asia Climate and Energy of Client Earth. She works with civil society and other stakeholders to promote Asia's transition to sustainable energy systems, but focusing on the Philippines. And our last speaker for today is online, one of the participants from Cebu, Attorney Christine Joy Argalion from the University of Cebu, Philippines. So we'll start with Dr. Georgina.
Thank you so much, Attorney Getty. It's lovely to see everyone, and it's lovely to see some familiar faces in the room there in Manila and everyone online. Thank you so much for inviting me to join you in this session, and good afternoon to all of the distinguished participants. Those of you who know me know that I will be particularly happy to join this session about environmental law clinics within the TTT. And I have had some time to look at the results of the survey that was shared, that was asked all of you about your participation and involvement with law clinics. So I understand that many of you work with law schools that do have law clinics. However, very few of those universities have environmental law clinics. And while clinical legal education is valuable in many areas of law, I would respectfully suggest that for environmental law, it is particularly important. So many of us are, of course, now familiar with clinical education, in which students practice their learned didactic and experiential skills. Clinics are, of course, most frequently seen not only in the legal field, but also in healthcare and health fields. And this is where our students are participating under the supervision of a senior or more credentialed practitioner. For many law clinics that sit within universities, they are often a separate credit-bearing course that is tied to earlier compulsory theoretical courses. It may indeed be a culminating course that builds on a sequence of theoretical courses. And I know that this is often the case for many of you that do have environmental law clinics. So the question that I am here to ask and to answer is, what are the benefits of clinical legal education? Particularly, what are the benefits for environmental law clinics? And to start us off, I want to throw this back to you, to all of you who are participating virtually and there in Manila. So what are the benefits of clinical legal education? For those who are joining online, chat in the chat box, just add, a sentence or a couple of words of what you think are the key benefits that your students gain or that others gain from clinical legal education. And for those in the room, Matthew, do you want to walk around with a mic? Get someone to
I
answer.
can do that.
Gertie, thank you.
Georgina, yes. The focus question again is the benefits.
What are the benefits?
Benefits of clinical legal education. Judge. Noel. There's Attorney Noel here.
Hello, good afternoon. It's one of the experiential learning. Georgina?
Yes.
Yes, that's from my end. That's actually the richness of the experiential learning.
And so what sort of things are they gaining through that experiential learning? What are the tangible or intangible benefits that you're seeing?
Well, of course, if with the presentations of Professor Amanda, you have actually this social sense. That's one that, with all of these things, they made themselves being felt by the community members of what they can bring about, say, goodness in as much as application of the laws, all building for a sound community.
Yep, fantastic. So you have some of those community benefits, and online we've got an input that it's sort of the practical exercise of a subject, and that students become practice ready. They see what's happening in the real world. Is there another person in the room?
Yesterday, Com Lawrence was talking about integrity and ethics. It's so hard to really know how to be ethical just by reading the book. And experiential learning gives you the opportunity to really see how your values would play. And then it gives you an opportunity for reflection because you have a guide there. While when you're already in practice, actual practice, there might be no more guide there or a teacher who will be there to help you grapple with the ethical challenges. So that's one of the beauty of experiential learning.
Yeah, fantastic. When you learn the theory, it can seem very black and white. But when you get into the real world, there's a lot of complexity and gray zones to navigate. Is there anyone else?
Probably online. Is there anyone online?
Would anyone like to come in online? Does anyone want to
Or
raise
is there
their
any
hand?
chat?
Yes, so we have Jelly.
Okay.
Yes, good afternoon. Actually, in connection with what the commissioner had said about integrity, exposing the students to real learning would also, I believe, better engage them to be responsible and better citizens. So that's what we need. Theories are good. Even Professor Jonathan yesterday had said that the landscape at the law school are changing and that we should also adopt. No, it should not be bar centered, but rather how our students, how these future lawyers, would also impact the community. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. Yes. And Ferdinand in the chat has also said that students gain hands-on legal experience to law. And is there anyone else online who would like to come in? I don't see any more hands at this stage, but maybe we can also, I will sort of say from my perspective what I think are some of the benefits, and then maybe we can explore this a bit more in all of the nuances and the variations of law clinics and the benefits that they have. So Elena has also shared that the students will know the pragmatic approach. Yeah, so we've talked quite a bit about the benefit to the student, that they become environmentally and socially conscious citizens, that they learn pragmatic approaches in the application of the law, that they learn hands-on real-world experience. But of course, it's not just about the students, right? Clinical legal education has incredible benefits to those who are the recipients or the users of that environmental law clinic. And in Asia and the Pacific, the United Nations Environment Program recognizes that law clinics make a very valuable contribution to environmental rule of law, particularly through supporting Principle 10, the rights of access to information, access to justice and remedy, as well as public participation. So, and this is really essential where communities and vulnerable groups are disproportionately impacted by environmental harm, whether it be biodiversity loss, climate change, pollution, all of those different types of environmental harm. But these groups often have greater and substantial barriers to access justice, to seek remedy and redress, or even just to demand accountability and shed light on the environmental justices and the environmental injustices that they are facing. So environmental law clinics really support communities and affected individuals to access justice, to understand the law, to understand environmental governance, and seeks to advance environmental rule of law. I think we also can explore how environmental law clinics can do much more than just work on specific litigation cases. And across the Asia Pacific region, different limitations on the extent to which students can practice or not practice means that clinics have to, in some cases, look at other avenues for them to engage with environmental law that is not necessarily just supporting direct litigation. So law clinics can support legal research, the development of legal handbooks, raising awareness on core legal issues, as well as policy development and law reform, and maybe even enabling participation in law reform processes. So supporting communities to engage in those. Importantly, also environmental law clinics within universities can support the publication and dissemination of such work, whether it be legal handbooks and what have you, to a broader general audience. And this is often critically needed in environmental law, and actually, of course, in many areas of law, but very important in environmental law. Clinics, of course, can provide commentary on broader legal issues in a country and a region and raise the profile of emerging and priority legal issues to a particular community, to a particular province, as well as highlighting gaps in environmental governance, building on some of the research that students can undertake through an environmental law clinic. They can really explore what is a particular scenario of pollution, for example, in a community, but how does that particular example of pollution and the failure of law to address that, is it more a systemic issue? And how do laws need to evolve or be better implemented or enforced, or whether there needs to be greater capacity and awareness, all of those issues. So it can highlight those gaps in environmental governance. Of course, clinics can also engage directly with implementing authorities, supporting the implementation of law, and raising the understanding of environmental law within the range of authorities that are participating or acting in the enforcement chain. And there's a good example, I think it's the University of Hawaii, where part of their environmental law clinic, they actually place third-year law students into the Ministry of Environment and a couple of other authorities as well. And the ministry has found this so valuable to them, as well as, of course, the students learning, that they now support the program. So they actually now have the government funding to support students in those roles. Of course, then you have the fact that the environmental law clinics can work with impacted communities. They can support the attainment of environmental justice, or at least work towards the attainment of environmental justice for those communities. I think one of the key things, though, is that under all of these different opportunities and activities that can be engaged through an environmental law clinic, there needs to be very strong supervision and very strong management of the activities that the students are undertaking. There also needs to be very clear strategic planning, because students come for a semester, maybe 2 semesters. Some environmental law clinics are intensives where they might only come for a summer and they might explore one affected community and one issue, but the issue does not go away in one semester. It is not solved in one semester. So there needs to be very clear strategic planning and handover amongst the work of students. So communities are not just misled or left hanging, or actually there may be further compounding impacts in their perception of being assisted and then that not being followed through. They also, of course, need to be well resourced. This sort of activity and work, it can be very expensive, but it also requires a lot of other very practical resources, such as printers and office space, access to computers, as well as human resources and the time of individuals and professors. This is where I guess we can also see some other benefits of environmental law clinics within the universities. because they can also draw on a broad range of expertise that the university may have, particularly outside of the law field, through scientists, through ecologists or geologists or geographers or whatever they may be. You might be dealing with a water pollution case, and you've got a whole cohort of students who are studying aquatic microbiology or something that could actually assist the case to address it. So you can draw upon the expertise amongst the environmental and earth sciences that otherwise law firms and whatnot may not have access to, or may be very expensive for them to access that specialized expertise. And of course, then, we talk a lot about the advantages of this to the community. So beyond the advantages that clinics have to advance social and environmental justice, clinical legal education, of course, has the benefits to the law students themselves. And I completely agree with the comments around building integrity and building social and environmental awareness, but also building passion and building passion of that lighting of the fire amongst environmental law students to want to seek and address environmental injustice in their community. And to do environmental law, often we need a lot of passion. So I think clinics are really important for that as well. Of course, providing the practical experience, understanding of real world legal issues and the application of the law in these cases. And the fact that they realize that just for a pollution case, they don't need to apply the pollution law. There's a whole gamut of laws that they then need to understand how they interact with each other and how they need to draw from access to information laws and all of these other things that they may not otherwise have considered. So understanding all of these advantages, UNEP supports the development of environmental law clinics. And UNEP first supported the development of an environmental law clinic in China. In 2015, China, you may all be aware of this, China amended its environmental protection law to allow any duly registered non-governmental organization that has been engaged in environmental protection activities for at least 5 consecutive years to initiate public interest litigation, environmental litigation. And so in 2018, UNEP supported Wuhan University to set up an environmental law clinic, which was the first of its kind in China, to focus on training and support of law students in the practice, as well as, of course, the theory of environmental public interest litigation. And we undertake this support under the scope of our environmental rights initiative. So it is very much coming from the point of view of how are these law clinics advancing environmental rights, how particularly these procedural environmental rights, how is it supporting communities to realize those procedural environmental rights. And most recently, last year and this year, UNEP has been supporting Chiang Mai University to establish the first environmental law clinic in Thailand. And this clinic is going to focus on supporting impacted communities in the northern area of Thailand, where there are a lot of indigenous communities. And there's a strong need to support those communities to access information and access decision-making processes. So just coming back to the pre-trading survey, I can see that there are some of you that have engaged with environmental law clinics. And based on the activities under those environmental law clinics, there are things such as included is environmental outreach, information sharing through webinars, direct work on civil and criminal litigation, as well and cases, and as well as training and awareness raising. So there are already a large variety of activities that are being carried out under environmental law clinics. And I'm sure we're going to hear now from Joyce and Joy, who are going to talk about particularly some examples of environmental law clinics that have been set up with the support of Earth Rights International, as well as under the University of Cebu, and the work that they are doing. So maybe I stop there, Getty.
Yes, thank you, Georgina. Can we give Georgina 3 claps? Thank you. Can we now go to Joyce?
Yeah, hi, thank you so much. I'm going to try to share my screen and I hope that this is working. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, great. So, good afternoon, everyone, and mayong hapon sa tanan nga mga Bisaya nganhi. Thank you very much for having me here. It's a real pleasure to see the community of legal clinics and environmental law advocates growing. So
Sorry,
I'm
Joyce,
Joyce.
it's Matthew here.
Yeah.
Do you want to just put it on full screen presentation mode? That would be
Is
great.
that working?
It's now in presenter mode, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm not sure how to do
Joyce,
that.
just display settings, just to the right of your mouse there, up in the middle. So it says taskbar, display settings, and slideshow.
Oh, I think I'm seeing a different screen from what you're seeing because I can't. Oh, here. Okay.
There we go. All good.
There. Swap.
Professor Amanda,
Right.
technology.
Thank you, Amanda. Okay, so this means that I can't see anyone, but I'm hoping that you guys can see my screen properly. So is that fine?
You can see it, Joyce.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Great. So thank you again. Thank you again. So I'm Joyce, and I'm from an environmental law NGO called Kind Earth. And we work across the entire life cycle of the law to fight global issues like climate change and the biodiversity crisis, and empower people to promote access to environmental justice in order to protect the natural world and all of the people that live within it. So we have about 275 staff from 8 offices across the world. And one of the key pillars of the work that we are doing is really to build the field of environmental law. And the reason for that is to grow the number of people that are empowered to protect the planet wherever they are. So, over the past year, we've been supporting the work of 10 law school clinics that were in various stages of development. So, some of them had just started setting up their clinic during this collaboration, and some of them had already been working for over 10 years and were just looking to scale up the environmental practice of their work. So for my presentation, I'm going to focus on the clinical collaborations, and then I'll hand over to one of the participants of our law clinics to speak a little bit more about their work. So if you see this is a map of the Philippines, and this is a map of where the 10 law schools that we're collaborating with are located. So you can see that they're spread out really across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And these are the participants. And how we've structured it is really to design it so that they're in 2 networks of 5 law schools each. And one network is coordinated by a research institute, which is the Manila Observatory. And the other one is coordinated by an environmental NGO. And we designed it this way because in terms of environmental issues, it's very important that the NGOs who are the ones closest to the ground, and the scientific and research institutes who know the state of the science are able to bring cases and issues to the clinics. And conversely, the clinics are able to provide drafting, research, legal representation support in order to work on various aspects of environmental issues. So Joy, who is leading some of the work at the University of Cebu, will be talking a lot more about the work that they've been able to do over the past year. So I'm going to focus on the bigger picture. So why do we design it this way, and why am I talking about clinical collaborations? So we take a step back and just really focus on some of the things that Georgina has also mentioned earlier about environmental issues globally. So if we look at the World Economic Forum's Global Risks Report, half of the 10 largest and most severe risks that we're due to face and are already facing globally are environmental in nature. And the other half of them are either caused by or exacerbated by environmental issues. And because of their being environmental, they are very technical, very difficult to solve, and need a lot of scientific and evidence-based to be able to understand them, and therefore to be able to find solutions for them. And as Georgina said, in order to be able to solve an issue, need to work with a marine microbiologist or a scientist or an engineer in order to be able to solve these issues. The other thing is that environmental problems do not respect national political boundaries. So air pollution will cross from Malaysia or Indonesia to Singapore. But then the good thing is that so do solutions. So solutions can come not only from the particular community that is experiencing the problem, but they can come from the other side of the world. And that means that international cooperation and collaboration is crucial. Now, I work in an environmental NGO, and we, of course, support a lot of voluntary action. So it's very good that many people aware and concerned with the climate crisis and the biodiversity loss going on are going vegetarian and recycling a little bit more. But then even if we have millions of people doing this, it's not going to be enough. So what we need is systems change. And in order for systems change to be possible, law has a key role to play. It's one of the main drivers of the largest systems change that we can have at a national, regional, and global level. And so, why do we then focus on clinics? We focus on clinics because there's a huge energy among the youth, especially considering that they have the longest opportunity to learn and practice environmental law, but also because they have the biggest stake in addressing and resolving the current climate biodiversity and pollution crisis that we have. The other reason we focus on law students is because even if after they qualify as lawyers, they end up working for corporations, for government, or not necessarily stay in the environmental field, we hope that they bring with them that environmental lens. And as they provide advice to their clients, they carry with them that consciousness of protecting the environment in the way that they drive solutions for their clients. So one of the key things that we're always asked in terms of setting up and continuing the work of legal clinics is the issue of time, staffing, and funding. So I'm going to pick up on some of the things that Georgina mentioned earlier about the different ways of working for law clinics. So yes, law clinics are very much associated with litigation, but as Georgina said, there's a lot more that they can do. So for example, they can produce research and thought leadership. So I'm not going to talk about policy brief and things because Georgina has already very adequately mentioned those. I'm just going to mention to you different topics that you might consider as you're thinking about these different ways of working. So in climate, for example, you can talk about the adequacy of climate targets. You can consider loss and damage, which is a critical issue, especially this and next year in the climate conferences. At the local level, you can look at constitutional issues on renewable energy, or even from the corporate law perspective, you can look at how commercial law requires directors to act on climate. You can also engage in policy and lawmaking by submitting or engaging in consultations in the development of local environmental codes, strengthening environmental impact assessment laws, and other regulations. The law students can also start working on advocacy pieces, for example, calling on government or the private sector to ratchet up their climate ambition, or to translate the pledges that they make in conferences into real and actionable policies and laws on the ground. And then I'm going to put here the normal litigation, and then also point out that other dispute resolution mechanisms through human rights bodies are also possible. So I'm saying all of these because, for example, the first three of them, you can start even if you have only one lawyer and only one or a handful of law students in your law clinic. And during the lean seasons, so in between semesters or during the summer, when you don't have students that are taking part in clinical legal education, you can go through one or two of these. And when you have students, you can go through litigation, and the more involved ones. So it's so these are different ways where we can get over the hurdle of staffing and resourcing. On the other hand, what Georgie mentioned about international cooperation, I think is also really important, because we talk a lot about lacking funding. But then I've put in here different professionals and practitioners from all kinds of disciplines that are involved in identifying, proving, and looking for solutions to environmental issues. So these can include scientists, doctors, economists, energy experts, and even within their own field. Right now, when you talk about climate problems, they're able to give their time for free. And so you don't need to pay them to be able to help you to come up with evidence or even to draft reports that you can use in order to support the legal arguments or the policy briefs that you're making. So this is what this is why this scale of collaboration across borders, across disciplines, across institutions, and even across regions is very important. And so the way that we have asked the clinics or urged the clinics to practice is also like this. So for example, we support the work of a law clinic in Manila, for example, and connect them with scientists from New York so that they can go through their cases and benefit from what has been done in other areas of the world in order to make their cases more robust. And another feature that we've seen is very good about this networked way of working is, for example, law school in Zamboanga will have a referral to another law school in Davao. And if they have different they have shared environmental issues, they can brainstorm together and learn from each other's experiences, and also take cases from other law schools and then share the load with them. So in this way, we feel that it's a good measure to address the different concerns about resourcing and funding. So I'm just going to show you very briefly some of the work from different universities abroad that law students themselves have led. So we have different litigation, we have involvement in administrative processes like the drafting of codes and submissions for EIAs. We have engagement with policies, and then also even with planning laws and regulation. So these are different ways that law students can work even outside of litigation that I really encourage you to go. So have a look at, for example, the websites of the law clinics of Harvard, Stanford, UCLA. But then maybe you're wondering, those all seem like well-resourced law schools, but then what about the Philippines? Well, I'm happy to say that one of the partners that we have in the Philippines has actually been doing this kind of things very effectively. So UC, for example, has been training police officers across the Visayas so that they have more knowledge about the rules of procedure for environmental cases that we already have, so that it's not just law students or lawyers that are able to enforce environmental laws, but even police officers can help with that, and they're a key stakeholder to engage. So I'm gonna stop there, just hopefully to have given you the ideas of different ways of working and harnessing the power of networks and the existing legal community that is already there, not just in your law school in the Philippines, but across the world, because there's so many things that we can all do together. So I'm now going to hand over to Joy, who can talk a little bit more about the work that they've been doing on the ground with the clinics. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Joyce. Thank you. Can we now listen to Christine Joy? Okay. Attorney Christine Joy Argalion.
Wait, hello, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, we hear you, and we can see your PowerPoint.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm very happy to be able to share some of the experiences as mentioned by Joyce and Jordy earlier. I'm from the University of Cebu School of Law, and we're a partner implementer of the Green Legal Clinic project of Client Earth. And since I'm also connected with the Philippine Earth Justice Center, so we're doing a collaborative work, especially in training and assisting and guiding some of the law students, especially in the implementation of their clinical legal education program compliance, as well as some of the activities which would expose them to various aspects in terms of environmental law practice. So, well, Lo, just to share some of the updates. We launched the project last year in 2021. It was mid-pandemic. Well, we're still in the pandemic, but at that time, we were still working and collaborating with with the deans, the law clinic professors, the clinic directors, and the supervising lawyers of our participating schools, of our partner schools, the University of San Agustin, the Andres Bonifacio College in Dipolog, the Holy Name University in Tagbilaran, University of Cebu, of course, and the College of Maasin in Leyte. So what we're during the conceptualization of this project, we really wanted to expand not just the knowledge of the partners, not just the knowledge in terms of environmental law, but also to widen the network of environmental law advocates, and really because the University of Cebu is based in Cebu, we've received some of environmental issues and concerns from from many different areas. So we wanted to really also train and develop more environmental law advocates and champions, hopefully from other law schools in other areas. So during the start of the project, we did capacity building training sessions for all of the partner law schools, and then eventually, after a year, we've been guiding them, and we've been helping them develop their own capacity building trainings locally to various communities that are where they saw several environmental law issues and concerns, in order to develop or in order to increase their knowledge in terms of environmental law compliance. For example, some of our partners, especially those which are located near coastal communities, they've conducted several fisheries law discussions and sessions with fisherfolk organizations, with barangay officials. So during various discussions, there were also several issues that came out, and then some of the concerns were addressed by by the legal office themselves. So the key approach that we're doing with the Philippine Earth Justice Center and the University of Cebu is through these four key legal empowerment approaches. So first, we're helping them with strategic litigation. So for example, there are issues in the community, like issues on access to justice. Many of the community members have no idea where they would go, what office or agency they should approach, especially in terms of filing just filing a letter complaint, or writing a letter to ask for documents. So these are some of the things that we have exposed the law clinics and the law student practitioners also, especially when they go to communities. We also assist them in various activities and various various avenues for information education campaign. We're also helping them with paralegal development and capacity building training sessions. So as I mentioned earlier, we at the Philippine Earth Justice Center, we've given them several lectures and trainings. So now it's their turn to partner with some communities. Most of our partner organizations link to several communities through their community extension programs. For example, in the Holy Name University, they've identified several communities through the community extension program. So that's also one avenue na they're already, the school or the university already has partnership and linkages in the community. And then they just integrate environmental law approaches to the community. And also for our partner clinics, we've also been assisting them in policy reform initiatives. So some of them have been doing local ordinance review, and the University of Cebu, for example, is currently assisting in the drafting in the drafting of the environmental code of a local government unit. And many other proposal ordinance on local coastal greenbelt, on electronic waste, which they have found after several community discussions. And I think they have gathered some of these issues as key concerns, or some of the things that the local communities find very important also. So since most of the partnership is also very critical in terms of the compliance in the clinical legal education program. So we also try to when we go to meet with the clinic directors and the deans, we understand that they have that classroom aspect in terms of training their students and making sure that there is supervision of the practitioners. And we do understand, as mentioned by Joyce earlier, we do understand that there is a struggle in terms of getting supervising lawyers because of financial and constraints on resources. So sometimes we would share some of the experiences from the University of Cebu, for example, that we tap alumni lawyers who are also involved in NGO work, or some of them who have background or experience in some of the cases like on fisheries or on human rights. So we tap them, and sometimes the financial resources can be an issue, but we're very happy that most of the lawyers that we've tapped so far have been are doing these things in assisting and in guiding of the students voluntarily. So this is also on the community aspect side, when we try to get feedback from the students after bringing them to the community, or letting them prepare all the documents for filing of the case, they would really see really see the importance of being part of the legal profession in the future. And at the same time, they would also get that sense of fulfillment every time they would they would be able to help some of the community members in even drafting of a letter or a pleading or a complaint. So some of the things that, just to share some of the activities that we've done so far, our partner clinics have done so far. So of course, there's still the constraint or the restrictions with the pandemic. But because we're slowly easing the travel and the face-to-face conduct of lectures, so many of our partner clinics have also done the several capacity building training sessions in person, of course, following health protocols and guidelines. So some of them have, when they would do an initial survey in the community, some of them would find issues, or some of them would gather issues on Solid Waste Management Act. So they would conduct lectures specific on how to understand the proper implementation of RA 9003, and the role of the barangay and the LGU in terms of the enforcement of these laws, as well as discussions related to the rules of procedure for environmental cases, in order to give barangay officials an idea on some of the remedies that are available to them in cases that there are issues, or they would file certain complaints, etc. So for our partner organization of partner clinic in Leyte, the College of Maasin, so they've conducted several information campaigns and discussions regarding marine reserves. I know Attorney Yana is here, so she's one of our supervising lawyers, and one of the supervising lawyers in the College of Maasin. So they've conducted several lectures on marine reserves. And during that time, during that discussion, there were, like I mentioned earlier, there were some concerns that were raised by the local fisherfolk communities in terms of parang disconnect in terms of the local fishing ordinance and some of the regulations that are being told to the community. So this was also an avenue for them to, you know, come up with the idea to hold a one-stop shop where they would gather different government agencies and the, you know, the fisher folk communities, barangay officials, so that, you know, there would be like a resolution or like an open dialogue in terms of these issues. For our partners in for our partners in Dipolog in Andres Bonifacio College, so they have conducted several discussions and lectures on plastics incineration, and they were also the ones who are promoting or are proposing for an e-waste ordinance in Dipolog with the help of some of the local partners there. For Andres for the University of San Agustin, they have conducted fisheries law enforcement discussions, and community-based resource management discussions with DNR and SEC registration process for local fisherfolk communities there. So they went to a coastal community, and then we're also connecting them with local organizations and NGOs in Iloilo City. As mentioned by Joyce earlier, the University of Cebu students are also doing the discussions and lectures in terms of rules of procedure for environmental cases with our partnership with the Philippine National Police in the province of Cebu. And different information education campaigns. We've also encouraged our partners to develop Facebook accounts for their legal aid offices, where they can just email them or send them a message asking for inquiries or asking them to disseminate infographics relating to environmental laws. For our students in University of Cebu, we sometimes invite them to the local TV program, wherein we're able to discuss some environmental laws here in environmental laws and critical environmental issues. For policy reform initiatives, like I mentioned earlier, some of the students are also involved in the drafting, so they're able to facilitate in the research, in the drafting of the environmental code. And several coordination meetings. I think at this time, the proposal for the ordinance on local coastal greenbelt in Dipolog and Dapitan City is being passed for first reading. So we're very happy that we're able to assist also through the partnership. What we also do is that we try to link these law clinics with existing partner NGOs like Oceana Philippines, Process Bohol, Plastic Free Bohol, and many other organizations in the locality in order for them to have like a strong support system when they try to do these policy reform initiatives and other activities. For litigation, yes.
Joy, sorry,
Yes po.
can you
Yeah,
wrap
this
up
is
in
the
2
last
minutes?
time,
Sorry.
last slide na
Sorry.
po. Thank you. For strategic litigation, so yes, we involve the students in in the filing of the cases and the preparation also. So they do everything. We just review and assist them in like the filing, but everything the students are all also working on these cases. And for our partner organizations, we also help them with case build up. Wherein we assist them on like usual process, like we go through the administrative process first before we file these cases in court. So these are some of the initial litigation updates on the cases in Bohol and in Dipolog. So I think that's the last slide for me, Attorney Jordy. So
Thank
I
you.
hope that
Yes.
we're able to get
3 claps to Chris
Thank
and
you.
Joy. Thank you, Georgina, Joyce, and also Chris and Joy. I know there's a lot of good stories to share. and time actually is not enough. But I think at this point, I'll have to give the floor to Amanda, unless we can have 3 minutes of feedback from online, yeah, and in-person participants. There's a lot of good stories. I would call it good stories because you, while Amanda and I mentioned about student-centered learning and student engagement, these are real stories that are being shared with us that it's happening. And that gives us hope, as we were talking about it yesterday. So any comment or insight or question from our participants online and in person for environmental law clinics? So this could hopefully be included in the, there's a question. Yes, yes, Miss
Hello.
Ophelia. Good
Hi, good
afternoon.
afternoon. I'm Attorney Ruby Zamora from the College of Law of Bukidnon State University. I am very encouraged with what was shared earlier. Last school year, I handled natural resources class and environmental law class. And one of the outputs that my students were able to submit was infographics on certain on environmental laws, and we did not have CLEP yet at that time, and we are still actually uh, on the process of creating our legal aid clinic. And I'm encouraged to, I was thinking where we can use the infographics, but I'm encouraged with what was shared this afternoon, and hoping that we can make use of these infographics later on in our legal aid clinic. So daghang salamat for that encouragement.
Thank you, Attorney Ophelia. Okay. Any other comments? Yes, Dodi.
Oo nga. Thank you for just a question on the funding. Where do the funds come from? Paano, how are these sustained? Thank you.
Okay, sustainability. Georgina, Joyce, or Christine Joy?
Yeah, sustainability is a big issue.
Any-
I mean, some
Yes.
successful law clinics, they have partnerships with private sector law firms. So trying to engage with private sector firms, but also working with development partners like the ADB, for example, can at least provide seed funding for the establishment of these sorts of clinics. But in order to have like long-term sustainability, finding partnerships is really important. And often that those are partnerships, if not with a private law firm, there may be other private sector companies that are looking to support corporate sustainable responsibility type approaches, and wants to have those resources used in these sorts of activities.
Joyce?
Yeah,
Yes,
sure.
Joyce?
Just to add to what Jordy said, so really partnerships are important in this. So in our experience, because our NGO deliberately set aside funding to support the work of the law clinics, we are providing seed funding for the 10 law schools. So part of it is a legal support fund that they can use for the cases and publications that they would like to do, as well as information and education campaigns. But because I know that the wider question of it is the staff and the legal case costs, as well as the cost to be able to produce evidence and the time for experts, which could run up easily to the hundreds of thousands. So to address those, the first one on the staff, I think that the support of the law schools themselves would be crucial, because if they provide at least a room or a desk, then the clinic can already have an office. If they support by giving part of the staff time of 1 or 2 of their full-time faculty, you could already have 1 or 2 supervising lawyers. And the students, of course, give their time because they're learning while they're doing. So then you have research and drafting support from that. In order to supplement this, one thing that we often use, so before I was working in Colombia, we used law students from a clinic in Harvard and Yale in order to help us with the drafting and research for a case that was happening in Colombia. So that's why I was saying that a lot today, because environmental issues are shared across borders, it's very easy, and we really encourage you to take the opportunity to reach out to clinics that are abroad, or even scientific institutions, research institutions, and think tanks, to be able to provide additional support that you don't need to pay for. The third one is the cyclical way of working that I mentioned earlier. So if you find that as you're setting up your clinic, you only have one person and 1 or 2 law students, you can go for the easier win. So policy engagement, writing policy briefs, research and publication, which you don't even have to pay to print because you can just have it on your website. And I would really emphasize also that because right now the environmental NGO community is growing very quickly, a lot of these NGOs get their own funding and also have teams that are focusing on fundraising. So if you start reaching out to them and telling them how important a local environmental issue that you are experiencing and want to work on is, they would, in the first instance, be able to help you by providing their own staff time. And 2, they might be able to help either get other experts that are willing to work for free or at very low rates, or to help with fundraising so that somebody else can pay for the case costs that you have. So there are a lot of different ways to be creative with the funding, as long as you have 1 or 2 people in your law school that is determined to take all of these different types of work forward.
Thank
Jyoti.
you, Joyce. Yes, Matthew.
Sorry, there's a question online. Were there instances that law students working in a law environmental clinic were subject to harassment cases filed by respondents? If there are, please cite the instances and how they were handled or satisfied. I think Georgie has a response.
Georgie, Joyce, or Christine Joy?
Yeah, I added a response in the chat box, but slaps are something that have to be addressed, and it's really important that students who are participating in clinical legal education understand potential risks and can undertake training to ensure that they have some safety and security training. But the clinic themselves needs to have a risk management plan in place and a security plan in place, and also, I mean, the Philippines has the rules of environmental cases which do provide for anti-SLAPP measures, but it's also critical part of that network, right? It's also critical to have others that you can call upon if there is a student that is at risk, or even the principal supervising lawyer who is at risk as well.
Okay, thank you, Joy.
Yeah, and just to add to that, so in the Philippines, alternative law groups, for example, or even UC Law, PJC, they're providing support whenever environmental defenders are harassed or threatened or charged with harassment cases because of the defense work that they're doing. And on top of that, there are also international funds that are available that are really meant to defend environmental defenders. So there's a group internationally. They're also connected with ELO, I believe, who are able to provide legal research and drafting support if there's a local legal organization that is willing to represent the person who is accused of a harassment suit or anything similar to that because of the work that they're doing. So yeah, the Philippines, it's center law, ALG, there are certainly options that are available, but I would emphasize also what Georgie said about the risk management procedures. One of the things that we encourage clinics to do while they're setting up is to have their risk register in place and to have that reviewed periodically. So either on a 6-month basis or as soon as there is a big change that warrants a reanalysis that happens. So for example, if there's a change in how media or lawyers or judges are being treated because of political situations, then that risk register needs to be updated and staff and students need to undergo training. And even if there's not a lot of resources for training, one of the most basic things that the schools and the teachers can provide for their students is just the assurance that even if they've started working on a case, at any point in time when they feel uncomfortable or unsafe, they have the backing of the institution that they can stop what they're doing, and that the school will issue statements in support of them or to condemn whatever is happening. And that is quite powerful because it's not just an individual, but an institution, which is an objective academic institution that is speaking out against something that should not be happening.
Just to add,
Yes, Joy.
if I can, just to add specific on law students handling the cases. So far, we're very fortunate, and none of these security issues have happened to our law student practitioners. And we also take responsibility as supervising lawyers and also the legal aid office in ensuring that whenever the students go to a particular community to conduct interviews or to conduct capacity building training sessions, we always make sure that we coordinate with the proper like offices, or like the barangay, the municipality, or everyone that that to know that law students from the University of Cebu or from these different from the other partner clinics are there officially, and without any to avoid any political or any other security issues or harassment issues whenever they try to talk about maybe some, there are some controversial issues in a particular community in which some community members would want to learn more about. So we always do that security assessment first before bringing the students in a particular community or before involving them in a particular case and in a particular issue. So yeah, I would agree with what Joyce and Georgie said earlier about risk assessment, and also in terms of the financial or securing resources for the sustainability of the law school. So it's also about networking and linkages.
Okay, thank you. So I think we are ready for the next session, and I'll give the session. But this time, let's give 3 big claps to everyone. Thank you.
Thanks,
Amanda.
Jerty. We now move into our session where we'll be exploring updates on environmental law subjects that are included in the model curriculum. So we're moving away from the pedagogy now and spending a little time focused on some of the substantive content and some updates, which hopefully will assist you. So I'd like to invite to come and join me up on the podium. We have Matthew Baird, Attorney Gertie, Rocky Guzman, Rose Lisa, and joining us online should hopefully be Jonathan Lilleblad, I hope. And if we can get Jonathan's camera up on the screen, that would be fantastic. So the way we're going to run this session is in a panel format where each of the speakers will have around 3 minutes to prepare some updates, to present some updates on their particular areas of interest of environmental law. 3 minutes. So I'm actually going to throw first to Jonathan, who's online in a very colourful jacket. Jonathan?
Yeah, that's I got a vaccine booster yesterday, so I'm suffering from some side effects. So I've got a fever at the moment. So yeah, so that's the reason I've got the jacket on, just to try and stay warm.
It's
My
just
update.
contrasting very nicely with your backdrop.
Oh yeah. So thanks everyone. Just a very brief comment about human rights and environment and the space of human rights and environment, specifically the work that's been done as of late regarding Indigenous peoples as it comes under the ambit of human rights and environment. I think most of you already know that a fair amount of work regarding the principles of human rights and environment has already been done, at least philosophically, at least in terms of legal reasoning, and also in terms of identifying procedural and substantive aspects by the United Nations Special Rapporteur, specifically the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Environment, and also more recently, the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Climate Change. And as a result of that, at least when I'm teaching human rights and environment, I've been having to direct students directly to the websites for both so that they're able to get the latest updates and the summaries about events that are happening. With respect to the position of Indigenous peoples under human rights and environment, there's been a movement recently, particularly by the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Environment, to try and extend the mandate to cover Indigenous peoples, and specifically with respect to not just individual, but group rights or collective rights. The reasoning here is that, as you know, ILO 169, the Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples, either they're limited by the number of state parties to ILO 169, or they're limited by the aspirational nature of the Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples. In contrast to that, a human rights approach offers more opportunities to have state obligations that are legally binding. And then in addition, the human rights treaties have the added benefit compared to environmental approaches of having extraterritorial obligations. So under human rights, it's a matter of jurisdiction, but as you know, jurisdiction can extend outside the political boundaries of state territory. So there's been a fair amount of work on that's been done. There's been there's been reports submitted by the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Environment to the United Nations General Assembly. And I would encourage everyone to take a look at those. They've been within 2017, there was an initial statement. 2018, there was another statement. And then more recently in 2021, there was a further update. At the risk of grandstanding here, I'll finish off by saying that I actually have a forthcoming publication with the UCLA Journal of International Law and Foreign Affairs regarding the issue of a human rights approach to an indigenous right to environment. And I'm focusing specifically on the Bajau, the Moken, and the Orang Laut peoples in Oceania. And so it provides a coverage of exactly what I've just spoken about today, and about using a human rights approach to assert an indigenous right to environment, but then also more importantly, to extend the discussion of human rights and the discussion of environment and the discussion of indigenous peoples to cover marine indigenous civilizations. Since so much of indigenous peoples analysis focuses on land, there's a question now, especially I think for Southeast Asia, to deal with the marine civilizations. So I'll stop there, and I think that's a little over 3 minutes, and thanks.
Just 1 minute over, but thanks, Jonathan. Quick question, that publication you mentioned, is that something that we may be able to access, open access, or is it behind a subscription?
It'll be behind a subscription, but I can circulate a publisher proof if you give me about 4 weeks. So
that sounds fabulous. Thanks, Jonathan. We'll have a moment for some questions at the end of this session. So for now, I'd like to turn to our next presenter. I'm going to throw right down to the end to Jyoti, if you'd like to grab the microphone. And Jyoti's going to give us an update on EIA, specifically in the Philippines, right? Thanks, Jyoti.
Thank you. Okay. There are cases involving the conduct of the environmental impact assessment. We know that there's a law, and fortunately or probably unfortunately, there is a DAO. There's an administrative order which was issued in 2017 that actually strengthens the participation of people, stakeholders, and communities in the EIA process. Because we know that from scoping, to public hearings, that is a critical process where they should join. The challenge, though, is actually disseminating information on that 2017 administrative order. And then the DNR continued to uphold the 5-year validity of the environmental compliance certificate because in the Philippines, like in the case of the corporations in Palawan, for instance, if they did not implement their project within 5 years, the DNR will invalidate or revoke the environmental compliance certificate. But there is an RP Energy case in 2015. This is the Redondo coal plant. And there is something that is important to emphasize, which is, to me, with all due respect to the High Court, is very challenging in relation to the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act. Because if you look at Section 59 of the IPRA law, it says that you cannot proceed any type of permit, license, or agreement cannot proceed without free and prior informed consent. However, the Supreme Court in that case said that the ECC is not the permit construed or covered by Section 59. And therefore, even if the indigenous peoples did not issue any free and prior informed consent, or there was no certification precondition issued by the NCIP and bank, that will not stall the implementation of the ECC. So my last point is, because Lisa and I don't know, Draki, are also litigating on certain cases, the challenge has always been that the terms and conditions of the ECC, with all due respect, are supposed to have been done during the EIA process. So we do have cases now where an ECC provides, for instance, in a coal project, that there must be a cost-benefit analysis, that high-quality coal must be used, that there must be a carbon capture computation of sorts, health hazards. So our argument in the current case is that these conditions or these requirements should have been done during the EIA process. So again, it loses the objective, or we fail to achieve the objective of making sure that all the processes are in place before the ECC is issued. Lastly, there used to be an EIA bill pending in Congress in the Philippines. The alternative law groups tried to push for that 15 years ago, but sadly, it was not passed. So that's an advocacy agenda for us. Thank you.
3 minutes and 3 seconds. The consummate professional. Thank you, Jerty. So some interesting updates there on EIA, and some interesting themes there, which, of course, are echoing in other jurisdictions as well. So thank you, Jerty. I'd now like to ask that the mic be passed to Rocky Guzman, who's going to give us an update on oceans law and governance. Thank you, Rocky.
Thank you, Amanda. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you for this hugely successful event. I think it's about to finish, but I think it's very positive. But for oceans law and fisheries, in particular, there's been a lot of explosion of interest in the past 2 years, which I'm very happy about, because for the past 5 years that I've been working on it, I've never seen this much interest in oceans and fisheries, right? I'd like to go at 3 levels. At the international level, you can see that there are a lot of developments. Next November, there will be a lot of COPs, the Conference of Parties. There's one on the biological diversity. There's one on the international trade for endangered species, and also the one on the triple C, UNFCCC COP itself. All of them deal with oceans and plastics issues as well. But aside from that, there are also a lot of developments in the intergovernmental processes. First one is the BBNJ, if you've heard about it, the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, which deals with marine genetic resources in areas beyond national jurisdiction. And there's also the Plastics Treaty, which is very relevant for the Philippines, which is going to tackle the whole life cycle approach on plastics. And that's going to be a huge deal for a lot of countries, especially developing countries, and how they deal with plastics. And aside from that, there's a lot of interest on the blue economy and the enabling conditions, enabling frameworks on how to frame like the policy for blue economy. And at the regional level, there are also a lot of developments, especially in ASEAN, where a lot of issues on the oceans, how the country is here. So the first one is on plastics. There's an ASEAN declaration, for example, on marine debris now, and there's also an ASEAN declaration on the blue economy, which is very connected with a lot of oceans issues. And the things that DNR is doing, for example, the marine litter action plan, it also flows from the regional action plans on marine litter that's being led by the regional offices for the UN and also ASEAN. So a lot of events happening in the ASEAN as well, and that's flowing through the regional action and national actions within ASEAN countries, and the Philippines is very active in all these processes. And at the national level, I would say you've probably teach these blue laws. So for example, the Fisheries Code, which has had a lot of amendments in the past 5 years, 2015 when the Fisheries Code was amended. There's a lot of developments on expanding the prohibitions and increasing the penalties, which was before just a slap on the wrist of many potential potential violators, but now it's really a deterrent to illegal fishing and unsustainable fisheries. And it's also a lot of developments on the remedies itself. So from criminal, now we have also adjudicative remedies at the administrative level with the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. We also have like the ecosystems-based approach to fisheries management, which is dealing with the whole ecosystems, not just one part, and also the social economic side and connecting it with the ecosystems impacts. And aside from that, we also have the NIPAS, which deals with marine protected areas in particular. NIPAS is the National Integrated Protected Areas Systems Law, which was also amended last 2018. So that's a lot of developments there in prohibited acts and penalties as well, which were increased. So I could say a lot of happenings in oceans law and fisheries for the past 5 years at all levels of government.
Thanks, Rocky. And yes, clap. Something to point out to those who do have an interest in oceans governance is at the most recent IUCN Academy of Environmental Law colloquium, we did have a special plenary session dedicated to oceans governance. Those sessions have been recorded and will be made available soon through the IUCN network. So if you are already connected in with that network, you will be receiving links to those sessions. And if not, we can make sure that that's made available to you as well. So if anyone does have a particular interest in oceans governance, there's definitely an active network looking at those issues. I'd like to now hand over to Rose Lisa.
Hello. So how do I start? so, so my topic is a focus on courts and the role of environmental courts in particular. I've been involved in the writing of one of the recent reports of UNEP on environmental rule of law, and I was particularly assigned to write on the chapter on laws and institutions. And well, that report is going to be out soon. I don't know how soon, but one of the interesting findings that we have had in that report is that, of course, while environmental laws provide the legal architecture for the protection of our environment, we need also robust institutions. And one of the institutions that we're looking keenly at are the courts, in order, because we know that, like in the Philippines, we have very good, one of the best environmental laws in the world, but our implementation is also clearly lagging behind. And so we look at how these courts perform in different parts of the world, but basically, there are good, results out there. So especially on climate change cases, we've seen increasingly a lot of climate change cases being filed in different parts of the world. You've heard about the one in the Netherlands, and also in Australia, although that was not a very good one. But in Pakistan also, where particularly they even cited the Philippines Climate Change Commission as a way of addressing and providing an institutional framework for the implementation of their climate change law. So in the Philippines, unfortunately, we need to climate-proof our courts. I haven't seen a climate change case yet in the courts. We've seen a lot of updates in jurisprudence. Just recently, an explosion of cases as well, like the SLAP jurisprudence that just came out that really explained, the history of SLAP and why SLAP is important. We also had a case on environmental torts in Lake Lanao, a very interesting case on public trust doctrine, the Manila water case, and of course, one of the cases on that explained the precautionary principle and how it is interpreted in our rules of procedure for environmental cases. There are also pending cases in court now, like the plastics lawsuit that we filed. I'm part of Oceana, so we filed a plastics lawsuit, and well, I insisted on putting in a climate change argument there so that, you know, the court will be forced to tackle or deal with that. There's a waste to energy case that was filed by Eco Waste and assisted by the Philippine Earth Justice Center. Our coal case, Dirty, which is still there pending in the Supreme Court. And for fisheries, we wanted to assist the government in defending their rules on vessel monitoring measures, so to ensure transparency at sea, which was being questioned by the industry, fishing industry. So it's still pending. So we're looking at that and hoping that the court will, you know, have more progressive rulings in those cases, because we've seen the EIA cases also lately. Unfortunately, I would say it's not a good sign when it comes to the EIA cases. So, lastly, we also have the tribunals, you know, like the Commission on Human Rights. So these tribunals are also doing good work, especially in climate change, you know, the recent inquiry on climate change. So these are good signs for us to really look and to really show to us that, you know, environmental law is really very much alive in the Philippines, but we need to push the boundaries more, and we need to bring more cases to the Supreme Court. And I say, you know, we should bring it on to them because of the issues that we're facing now.
Thanks, Rose Lisa. Finally, we're going to hear from Matthew Baird on ESG law.
Thank you, Amanda. And so who here has heard about environment, social governance, law and practice, or ESG? So ESG really started with the guiding principles on business and human rights, but also at the same time, the OECD published in 2011 guidelines for multinational enterprises, which also had a very strong focus. It's interesting that human rights lawyers constantly remind me of the guiding principles on business and human rights, and I say, yes, but I'm an environmental lawyer, and environment isn't mentioned at all, except in the context of business environment. So a lot of the work I've been doing over the last few years is looking at this emerging trend on environment, social and governance law and practice. A lot of it has been driven by the financial sector seeking, you know, often to climate-proof investments. Climate change was a big driver, and often it was the reinsurance companies that were driving this debate. It certainly wasn't the fossil fuels industries or the petroleum industries. It was really the reinsurance industries calculating the cost of climate change. And so what had happened is that the financial institutions and the investment bodies started to think about ways of developing what they call taxonomies for investments, in essentially enabling investors, and often it was fund managers, to work out whether there was significant environmental and social risks. And so what's emerged over the last few years is this emerging trend to identify environment, social, governance risks, which can be quite broad. But this created a tension, and it created a tension with those of us who approach it from the idea that, well, environmental law, EIA law, occupational health and safety law, pollution law, all provide legal obligations, not voluntary obligations, but legal obligations that corporations must comply with. Issues like indigenous protection, land rights, land resumption, these are all serious financial, environmental and social risks. So there's been this tension between those who are looking at ESG, environment, social and governance risk, as a sort of a ticker box exercise for investors, and those who are arguing this is a safeguards issue. This is about how you comply with the law and make your investment suitable and fit for purpose in a climate change, pollution-constrained, biodiversity-constrained world. I'm very happy that Jonathan was the first to identify publications. I've written a couple of articles and chapters, which I'm very happy to share. One is with the IPBA, the Inter-Pacific Bar Association, and this whole issue was all about there is no Planet B, so it was all about environment, social, governance issues. And another one, which was a chapter in a book prepared by Ambon lawyers on business and human rights in Southeast Asia, which was a guide kit for small and medium enterprises, looking not just on environment, and I wrote the environment chapter and a checklist on due diligence and risk assessment, but it also looked at issues like child labour and other human rights issues, other labour issues. And so these are all available free of charge that can give you a really good background and understanding of this really exciting, emerging, but very challenging issue as we see the corporate sector still focusing on the tick a box, the investor, is this a green investment? And some of the environmental and human rights lawyers saying, is this actually a good investment, a suitable, sound, appropriate and legal investment? So thanks a lot, Amanda.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew. So we now have a little while left for questions, about 10 minutes or so. So if anyone has any questions they'd like to ask of any of the panelists, or perhaps offer any comments that you might have about any of these subject areas, we would welcome your input. So if you're online, please just remember to use the raise hand function. And also if you're in the room, please just come to one of the podium mics and ask away. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just a comment. I think for most environmental lawyers who are present here, one of our biggest hurdles will be Pahe versus Casino, because that case was really a dagger on the environmental movement when the Supreme Court said that the EIS is merely a decision-making tool. So what happened there was Supreme Court was saying that it is not in the nature of a permit. So 26 and 27 of the LGC plus the IPRA will not be covered anymore. I think one of the challenges there, in that case, the problem, we cannot fully blame the Supreme Court because in that case, I think the appellant did not file a comment. So the Supreme Court was left of what it had in its hand, which were the papers submitted by the DENR and appointees. But just the same, for most of us here, probably we can, if there's a case that will be filed later on, we can help each other. There is a provision in the Solid Waste Act that specifically says that an EIS is a permit. Okay, so that's one. Secondly, for those of us who are into IP, there's a recent case by the Supreme Court. I think it's the SEMA versus something case. It's a case, yeah, Sama in Masanglay, wherein Supreme Court somehow said that they cannot be convicted for tree cutting without permit because it's ancestral land. So that we must also look into that. And also the third one is the EITI, extractive industries. I think they're having a symposium, a meeting around a week from now. So that is something also that we should look into. I think the president of that group is coming here in the Philippines. They have a convention, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just respond quickly? That's good. Yes. Get you a mic.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think on the EITI, just to inform you that NGOs have been invited there. The EITI is actually an international initiative, and the Philippines supports that. And therefore, while there was a withdrawal by the former Secretary of Finance, now Secretary Jokno actually, strengthened their commitment to be part of that. So there are actually invitations for civil society groups to join the EITI conference in the next 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Some important updates there. I'm just wondering if anyone's actually monitoring our online colleagues. Gab, how's our online participants looking? Any comments, questions? I'm just conscious we can't see them on the large screen here at the moment. And in fact, Angelo, if you're out the back, I wonder if we might be able to have our colleagues visible on screen. And I can see we've just been joined by Judge. Please, the floor is yours.
I recognize. Thank you po. May I be allowed to add comments or reaction to the topic on environmental impact assessment process? Of course, we know that the process. We know that the process is the process will cover projects which are environmentally critical, or if not environmentally critical, located in an environmentally critical area. The coal project is definitely an environmentally critical project, and it has to undergo the process. The process would result to the issuance of an ECC or a denial letter. I am not sure where the disconnect is, because if we strictly follow the process, there are 6 stages, and stage 3 of the process is the public information dissemination. This is where a public hearing may be conducted by the EMB. Incidentally, the public hearing is dictated by the EMB. But please take note that before the application for an ECC is processed by the EIARC review committee, like that, a management plan will have to be submitted by the project proponent. And this management plan is prepared by our environmental planners. The Environmental Planning Act of 2013 states that the scope of practice is preparation of this environmental management plan. So this plan would therefore indicate whether the area is an ancestral domain, or so there. If in case a public hearing is necessary, and as I said, it will be dictated by the EMB, then the prior informed consent of the IPs will be secured, or at least the IPs will be allowed to voice whatever. And if and when an ECC is issued, the ECC is actually, it's not a permit. I've worked with the DENR for 11 years, and I have been a hearing officer of the EMB. It's not a permit, it's a planning tool, because the process is a process that will determine the likely impacts of an activity. It will not determine the actual impacts. It's a likely impact. The likely impact of a project. And therefore, the ECC will contain the undertaking of the project proponent. What measures are they going to do to minimize, reduce, or entirely eliminate the adverse impacts to the environment? So I guess I am not sure where the disconnect is or was, if only that the process will be strictly implemented, and every stakeholder will do what is obligated for them to do. I think we will have.
Thank you, Judge. There was some excited comments in the room here, I think, from the table at the front with some of your remarks. So I'm not sure if there's going to be a response or a agreement. Noel has a question.
Good afternoon once again. You know, this EIA, leading to the issuance of the ECC. I made a fun of this with respect to the DNR, because this ECC, according to Judge, is actually a planning tool, short for the Environmental Compliance Certificate. But in our language, if there is eventualities, that means ECC mo. You have to put the blame to. And I really do not know. I really do not know. No? Like, for example, how does the AMB faithfully attend to its positive duty in the same manner with respect to the Protected Area Management Board? Now, I tell you, there is actually half of a hectare of a coral reef then that has to be allowed to be destroyed in the name of the construction of a jetty project. But that half hectare of a coral reef is actually dense and rich. But sad to note, they have ECC. Why? Because of the reason that they have these mitigating measures. And that's actually the reason why I'm actually questioning. Is it because that there are mitigating measures that makes them responsible? And that would give way now to the completion of the project? We are actually said to be mindful. That's why I have to ask our, beautiful ladies, champions of environments here, if what, DNR, I'm sorry, but this is one thing of coping up. No, DNR, Department of Environment, Natural Resources. But to me, it becomes clearer. It becomes now a department eradicating our natural resources. And I'm sorry, I'm sorry, but I have just to be candid of what I feel. And there is actually, they are tasked to regulate, they are tasked to enforce the conservation, protection, management of our environment. But, in this course, they're also the same body that give permits. Are they not in a position that is, if not of actual of conflict of interest, at least potential? So anything that you can do to our environmental champions, that if there is a necessity of coming up with a new policy just to avoid this, conflict of interest or whatever, all in the name of environmental justice. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd like to respond, but I'm not from DNR. um, maybe the one from DNR would like to address this. But just to comment only, I think we've been involved in a lot of public scoping hearings. And one good news about it is because we created this citizen scorecard on where we compiled all the environmental impact assessment laws, regulations in one document. And we give it to citizens so that they can participate fully in public scoping hearings. And because of this, we participate, we question their EIS, we question why, their EIS are just cut and paste of, documents from other EIS documents. So I know of one group that, they checked plagiarism and they said, this is plagiarized document. And so we did that in Cebu and we were able to have the DNR demand from the proponent to go back to step one because of the citizens were engaged. The citizens knew their rights. They had to participate. We said, you're supposed to provide notice to people like at least 2 weeks or 3 weeks before the public hearing, and you did not give us enough. And so we were asking for postponements. And so because of the pressure from the public, the sentiments were very high against it. We were able to, force the DNR to decide that they should go back to step one. And that was for me, it's a mini victory because that would delay the project and that would mean that they have to do a better job at it. But again, I think we have to make do with what's at present. It's a series of checklists, you just tick the boxes and then they will eventually approve. So it's really unfortunate, but I guess it's high time that we have a new EIA law. And I think we should push for that, and that's really the big problem.
Thanks. And I know we're at time, but I'm doing my doctorate on EIA in ASEAN, so my supervisors might know that this is what I've done. So there are two things that I would say is that the presidential proclamation from 1972-8. Obviously, a new EIA law is required because things have changed for EIA, the number of projects. So legislation in updating is obviously very relevant. But there's also one judgment from Deputy Chief Justice Kandakasi of the Papua New Guinea Supreme Court came out with a judgment which I can share, Ionu, and the provincial government, where the provincial governor sued the federal government, the national government of Papua New Guinea, over an EIA before the EIA had been approved by the government, because the provincial government had said, the provincial government argued that public participation hadn't been conducted appropriately, Indigenous people's issues hadn't been considered, and therefore it wasn't a valid EIA even in the terms. And I do know that the Philippines does have very extensive public participation engagement rules and requirements. I'll share that case on EIA because it's also an example of a judgment from the High Court of Papua New Guinea on EIA, which is one of those sort of regional and universal environmental law issues, because it was a really strong judgment that reinforced the fundamental proposition of an EIA, which is public participation, access to information, and access to remedies in case of breaches. So happy to share that with you and discuss that.
Thank you. We are at time for this session. I'm conscious that we might need just one last caffeine break to get us through to the end of the day. There will be an opportunity for some last questions in the final session as well. So if you do have a question or a comment still to offer, we'll have the time when we come back. So we have about 13 minutes if we're hoping to stay on time. So for those in the room, there's tea, coffee and refreshments outside. And for those of you online, we encourage you to go and grab something to drink and eat and come back refreshed at 3:30 p.m. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Our program will resume in about 5 minutes.
So hello all. As we get ready for the final session, as we finish our merienda, is that right? Merienda. We're starting. Yeah. This is the end. The beginning of the end. The end of the beginning.
Now could give me an idea to revive that bin. Yeah, because there's a lot of issues.
I've got some papers for you if you want.
Yeah.
We should do a webinar. Pag online kasi, that's it. But you know, it's good to have the online. So we're going to do things on. We've inspired Jetty and others on the and on the EIA law.
Yeah.
Because it has to be mandatory.
That's true. That's true. Okay.
Judges, they don't really know, do they?
Actually,
So thank you all, and welcome back to our final session for the day. No, but I understand in the Philippines you never say goodbye. You just say until we meet again. You know. But more importantly, one of the things we have for the next while, the next 30, 40 minutes, is to provide some, reflections and observations. So opening up the floor and opening up the Zoom to some reflections from people online, both in terms of, has this achieved sort of results? We would obviously send out a survey to gauge your responses to how this worked, because I think that's also one of the things that we've learned from Amanda and Jyoti and Jonathan and Lisa, is teaching is always about feedback. If you don't learn, it means the teachers haven't really fulfilled their obligations in teaching. But we also know how complex that is, both in the current circumstances and going forward. And I think that's also where we want to lead into the last 30 minutes, or the last discussion, which is about going forward. And you heard the extraordinary speech by General Counsel Tom Clark and the commitments by Christina Pack of the role of the Asian Development Bank and the Law and Policy Reform Program, which is, and I say this, I am a consultant, so I provide that acknowledgement, but it really is actually a unique program in the multilateral development institutions. The World Bank and others, they may have their Law Week. They have a week in Washington, D.C., where they talk about legal issues. Other development banks have some projects, but the technical assistance program that the Asian Development Bank offers is unique. It doesn't exist anywhere, and it provides that long-term, ongoing commitment to projects. And we're fortunate within the technical assistance program, the Environmental Law Champions program that I've been involved in, is that is also mirrored by a program that Bryony Eales runs as team leader on environmental law judges. And there's also a commercial component for training capacity development for judges in commercial law. So these are opportunities, I think, also to think, what do we need, certainly in the Philippines? How can we continue the support and the development, recognizing that in terms of teaching and teacher training, it's always ongoing. And environmental law training, the role of prosecutors, the role of judges. Here, of course, it's really exciting because through the Legal Education Board, we're able to bring together prosecutors and judges and attorneys and legal academics. So it just creates that whole sort of extended family with all of the joys that an extended family bring. So I would then sort of just like opening up the floor and the Zoom for personal reflections, personal comments. Amanda also, I think, has some special people to acknowledge, but also thinking of ways forward, ways that the next iteration of this program can go forward, what is needed. And I know that there are some really interesting ideas out there, so I'm happy to turn it over to the floor for that sort of feedback. And then we will close with some comments and observations by Christina Pack as well, who is the leader of our LPR group. And I should also say, before I forget, which unfortunately as an attorney I often do, which is why I need my solicitor as my advisor to write the things that I've forgotten, is that the 4 volumes of the Climate Change Coming Soon to a Court Near You, the team have put together, it's Christmas, Christmas presents for you all, which are the 4 volumes. Look, it's a great bedside read. It's only 1,100 pages, but it's gripping, and there is so much information. When it was published now 2 years ago, I said to Bryony and Cecile Sikango, who were the 2 sort of main authors, I said, within this, there's just so much richness. It's available also for download for those people online, or we can try and arrange somehow to get copies to you. I'm not sure if that's possible, but it's certainly available for download. But what it is, it contains so much, both in the Asia and Pacific. Volume 1 is about the science of climate change, which I just give to any judge I see, just so that they can understand what climate change is and how it's happening. But it also deals with multilateral environment agreements. It also goes and reviews the constitution requirements in Asia and the Pacific, and how that relates to the right to life, the right to a healthy environment, and various other rights. And then it looks at the climate litigation, but it's broader than climate change. It really does encompass all of the sort of environmental obligations. So I think that this is one of the most amazing publications, and certainly on climate litigation, it really is world-class. And I certainly am hoping that they're able to do a sort of an update to bring it up over the last 2 years. And more importantly, it focuses on Asia and the Pacific. And that's one of the things that I think is also so relevant to our region, and the richness that we hear, the cases, some of which are good cases, some of which are bad cases, but the richness that's here that can enrich us not only in the Philippine legal tradition, but also environmental law in the region. And that's also one of my passions, is bringing some of this excitement, some of these skills, some of the cases, the wins and the losses, and working out how we can have an impact in our region. And that's where I find it most exciting, that how we can grow and expand. So next year, as Christina Pack mentioned, there is a new technical assistance program that's being developed. So part of now is your recollections, your observations, but also what do you think, how could environmental law be strengthened in the region and in the Philippines in the coming years? So I'll turn it over to you, and also online. If people have questions and comments, please raise your hands, and we'll call you. And I'll just move back to my seat so I can manage that. And please just move to microphone. Raise your hand and move to microphone. Yes, please.
Hello. Yes, good afternoon, and isang makakalikasang hapon sa inyong lahat. I'd just like to comment, and I really appreciate the input of Matthew in stating the United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights. So I recently had an opportunity to be trained under the Commission on Human Rights program on this guiding principles on business and human rights. And it's very impactful for the DNR because we have a lot of extractive and natural resources, businesses coming to the DNR. And that mindset, the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, businesses take, some businesses are richer than some of the countries. So their sales, or their Amazon, Spotify even has a greater GDP than some of the growing economies in the country. So their role in protecting the environment is really critical. So I think with that in mind, maybe we can collaborate also with our Department of Finance, the was this the Chamber of Mines, some of the big groups of economic groups, so that it's not just the DNR who should be policing these people, and more so by the economic institutions that we have. So thank you.
I just want to say a few things to compañero Ben. If we are vigilant, no, there are many things we can do to remedy this distraction, these complaints of yours. Because in Subic and Zambales, where I come from, where I reside, we were able to stop the cutting of 100 trees inside the, no, with the help of architect Palafox. And the planned subway that will destroy the mangroves of Subic the project was suspended, and they promised to look for alternative route for the subway. Of course, we have plenty of extractive problems in the northern part, no? But our NGOs are very active in protesting these things. So, compañero, there is much that we can do from our side also. That is the only thing I want to say. Salamat po.
Dean Rodel.
Not too much of
course.
the response.
Yeah, I really appreciate the suggestion or a reminder also. But we have some peculiarities also to consider. And the best action that I did is in order for me to, address all of these things without being compromised for whatever, and is for me to leave the Protected Area Management Board. And now, because of the Clinical Legal Education Program, the Marisol Center for Justice and Good Governance would be an effective tool to, get things clearer and redefine what environmental injustice is. And that environmental injustice is that, those who are in charge in the enforcement of our environmental laws, and then it appears that they failed to do that, and then it appears to the public who do not know anything about what they did, and the effect is that they praise them. And because of the clinical legal education program, that I think the positive role that we can stake that out and then redefine environmental injustice to one environmental justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone online who would like to? Yes, please, Maximo.
Yeah, thank you very much, sponsors and our lecturer. Maybe our environmental lawyers here and the clinic can also help to lobby for a empowerment of our, along with the right to participate. We keep saying that EIA.
Sorry, Dean. Could you repeat that again? The microphone is cutting in and out. Sorry. Please repeat.
Yeah. We keep saying that people have a right to participate in an EIA process, right to access information. But I think this becomes an empty right. Don't empower our people. There is an imbalance of logistics. They can't even afford to go to the venues for participation. Maybe we can influence policy that there should be also empower these people to participate. That's just my thought.
Thank you. Is there any way we? Yes.
Yeah, I'd like just to express my gratitude to uh, Professor Kennedy for her patience in delivering to us the different ways of teaching online. I always thought that there was only one way of teaching it, and that's online. That's it. That's all embracing. So thank you for pointing it out, yung online, offline, and also the asynchronous and synchronous. So I thought before that if it's online, it must be asynchronous all the time. So if it's online, it must be synchronous all the time too. So thank you for pointing that out. I do thank also, of course, Matthew Beard for bearing with us. He has been here since a very long time. And he has been patient too. Attorney Jerty also, she was here from the beginning, as well as Attorney Lisa. She was always here to help us. And thank you for your the stability that you provide, the your indefatigable support of environmental law and particularly environmental law teaching. Thank you very much to you.
Thank you. Irene Valones.
Hello, good afternoon. I would like to extend my gratefulness for the organizer of this webinar, as it connotes the deeper transactions with regards to online climate education and environmental awareness. So as a professor and one of the uh, enablers for environmental law awareness, we can really focus on how to leverage technology as we adapt in this transnational legal world in terms of synchronous and synchronous education. So by enhancing this kind of capacity building among all law professors, we can really enhance not only the legal mindset of having environmental laws as one of the platforms for having such kind of engagement to the public and to the society, but also influencing legal minds to embrace such kind of public interest law program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
May I add something?
Yes.
Yes, because we were talking about it. We'd like to thank, of course, the our Legal Education Board commissioners. Thank you for staying with us from the beginning to the end. Thank you, po.
Thank you. Judge, yes. Judge Michaelia.
I recognize po. Okay. Please allow me to extend my many thanks to the Legal Education Board and to the Asian Development Bank and all the people behind this training seminar. I attended the first training seminar last year and all the subsequent webinars on environmental courts. I think I did not miss anything. I was always present. I realized after teaching the subject for 18 years now, I realized that there are many things I have to do to improve my teaching. I am attending the last batch, the fifth batch of the Legal Educator Certification Program, and we were taught there learning outcomes, learning technologies, and assessments. I was hoping that after this training, the first and the second, and after being taught of the many technologies, learning technologies that we can use in teaching the subject, I want to be specific with environment and natural resources. Is it possible, Professor Matthew, if the model that will be created for the subject, I understand the people behind here would want to work on a model course outline or curriculum for environmental law and natural resources. I was hoping, if it is possible, that there can be a standard course outline for the subject, and there is also a standard at least a minimum standard of the available technologies that we legal educators could use or could utilize for the subject. I am hoping for a standard because I would want our law students from Apari to Holo to be exposed to the same course outline, the same technologies. But of course, it will not be limited to that standard because of academic freedom, our law educators can add more. But at least there is a standard so that the teaching would be standard also. I hope that's possible and that's feasible after everything. My many thanks. I've learned a lot, although I started my career with the DENR. I became a public attorney and then now a judge. I would not want to say that I'm a judge. But there are many things I still do not know, and I am enlightened, educated by these two trainings webinars. Thank you very much, Legal Education Board, and
Thank you. And yes, I can certainly say that the aim of the model curriculum is to provide that resource. I think, as was pointed out, the two things we need to do is not just provide the resources, the cases, materials, and the legislation, but also help provide the tools and the techniques which can underpin the delivery or the effective delivery of that. But that also brings me to a question, and if, with the permission of the in-house people, if I can ask this to our online participants. One of the things is clearly access to good bandwidth and technology, and some of you have had storms and floods and tempests as well. What, from an online, or being an online participant, or what is perhaps one of the things or a few of the things that you think we could do in the future to make it easier for the online participants? And very happy to just open that up to those who have joined us online. Yes, please.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. And before answering the question, sir, again, my gratitude for this insightful, productive, and reflective training. On the question, for someone like me who is in the South or in Mindanao, and who also experiences internet connection stability problems, it would be appreciated for future trainings that we would have more asynchronous materials. So just like our students, we will be answering them or going over the lecture or training materials at our own pace, which have been done also by other trainings that are facilitated or sponsored by the Legal Education Board. No, so it would be appreciated if that can be conducted that way. Apart from that, and with the limitations of my knowledge on how remote learning can be done so far, that's it. And probably, sir, an interactive tool wherein we can also that you can make sure also that we are indeed reading or reviewing or going over the materials. So that's it for me. And again, thank you to the hosts, the facilitators, and the organizers of this training.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else online who would like to? Jonathan, as one of our trainers, do you have any sort of observations on how it's been to come at us from Canberra?
It's the internet and online learning. I think it has its value, and I think any tool, any instrument will have value as long as you apply it, for the purposes that it was meant for. And you use a hammer to hammer a nail, but you use a saw to saw a plank. And I think most of us recognize that with the internet, it lacks the human contact. It lacks the face-to-face interactions. It makes it very incredibly difficult for us to exercise emotional intelligence in terms of being able to read students' body language and facial expressions and that kind of thing. But what the online teaching does allow is flexibility. And I think it allows flexibility, not just for students, but also for teachers to try and experiment with different forms of technology that allow access to information at different times in different ways. And so I think that as long as we're aware of that and cognizant of it, then I think it's okay. One thing that I just want to note, and I don't think we really addressed it very clearly, and you have to forgive me if I missed this yesterday, but Gen Z is fundamentally different from you and me, right? And I'm showing my age here, but Gen Z, the students all tell me that for them the problem is not access to information. For them the problem is too much information. Whereas our generation, it was always about, it was so difficult to find information, so difficult to find sources. But for Gen Z, everything is available. But as a result, I think the nature of technology education for us with Gen Z is to train them on how to identify authoritative sources versus non-authoritative sources, and how to basically how to identify good news from fake news. And they lack that judgment and they lack that expertise, and that's something that we've built up over our lifetimes. So I think it's a question then, I think, for us to when we deal with Gen Z, to try and focus on helping them understand, how do they develop the judgment to know when a source of information that they have on the internet is not reliable, not valid, questionable, those kinds of things. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
I would just echo what Jonathan has just said there. I mean, there's two parts to it. I think one is providing students with the skills to be discerning consumers of information and research, and knowing how to locate appropriate authoritative sources. And I think that starts with us also making sure that in our design of courses, we're doing it in a way that is also not overwhelming students with information. So we too need to be discerning in our selection of content, making sure that we're not throwing everything at them just because we have the ability to with our technical tools. So, we need to make sure that in putting together asynchronous resources, we're not, really overdoing it, over-servicing the students in terms of information provision, just because there may be 4 great documentaries on a topic and a whole series of additional readings. We need to be selective as well, because, Jonathan's absolutely right. The problem is too much information. It's the skills that they need to learn, and we model that first by making sure that we're not overdoing it too.
Isn't that the challenge? So, as we come down to sort of our last 20 minutes, I really want to ask, okay, if there was one thing that you would like to see develop over the next 3 years in environmental law training, what would that be? What would you like to see? How would you like to strengthen environmental law teaching and training?
Hi, thank you. First of all, thank you for this opportunity to join the trainers, and the training is very good and so inspiring that on our level in the Master of Laws program in San Sebastian College Recoletos, Manila, within the 3-year period that you are saying, Matthew, we are already, from today, we are already asking the Legal Education Board to approve our Master of Laws program on environmental law. Yes. Thank you. But really, we are very serious on our part, because even before this training, we are already taking into account the possibility of opening a Master of Laws program on environmental law, and this is exactly the same day that is called for by destiny, because I was able to finalize all these things, and in the next few weeks, maybe we can send our application for approval for the Legal Education Board, and we know exactly the demands of our program for the Master of Laws program, and that this is our way also of being part of the democratization of higher legal education in the country, and by exactly serving the needs and the tools for our professors who are teaching environmental law and also the communities where they are serving. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have online, Dean Maxino, a central database for teaching which is continually updated and which at a single click everything is there already. From Judge Remelisa, more opportunities to be updated on teaching strategies and content also. So thank you for those. In the room, sort of a wish? Yes.
Thank you, Matthew. For the next 3 years, I would like to see how we can develop law professors on environment to produce lawyers who are not only passionate, courageous, skillful, but lawyers who are with integrity, who cannot be compromised, who cannot be bought. Thank you.
Yeah, Matthew, thank you. Here's a wish. Somehow we can form an association of environmental law professors and lawyers to change society and to change to improve the rule of law in our country, such that when there are important cases pending before the Supreme Court, we can file our own amicus and we can participate in other areas of decision making. So we can probably explore that in the coming years. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, I'm Ilak Bohol from the DENR, and I'm not sure if I can speak on behalf of the DENR, but we do have a DENR Lawyers Guild, and that could be a starting point of that collaboration. So we can join in with the environmental law professors. We would like to have that connection, what is inspiring is that we can actually do something now with the legal aid clinics that are currently being done by the model schools, and engage our community environment and natural resources offices. That's the smallest unit of the DNR in the communities, to help them police and advocate for environmental justice. Thank you.
Suggestions, okay? You want to have a closer group, I would suggest that a group chat or a Viber group we created between and among law professors handling environmental cases for purposes of giving updates, uploading informations or cases, just like what we do in the province. We created a group chat among chief of offices where there are exchange of ideas and materials. Suggestion lang naman po. At saka pwede nyo nang i-upload dun yung mga pictures natin.
Yes, Jonathan?
Yeah, at the risk of borrowing from another discipline, I just want to share something that a movement that's been happening in Latin America and North America, and it may provide some ideas for all of you. I was working closely with the American Indian Law Center in Washington, D.C. on indigenous rights litigation in the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And it was all environmental related, right? It was all related to petroleum rights, mining rights, all of these kinds of issues that were happening on Mayan land. And one of the things that came out of that was that the American Indian Law Center had said that all of the industries, the global industries for extractive industries, coordinate with each other. They all know each other. They all work together. They're multinational. And they also work very closely with political leaders. And the idea was, wouldn't it be great if advocates, litigators, in environmental law, indigenous rights were also doing the same kind of networking. We ended up doing something where we had a global network. It was through the American Society of International Law, where we contributed an amicus brief on behalf of the 158 lawyers on behalf of the Maya in the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And apparently it was very well received by the judges and it was considered very influential in their thought processes. I think something similar might be very useful, just based on what I'm hearing from all of you, that it's not just about having an association, it's not just about having a network, but it's actually about mobilizing everyone to work together, right? And if it can mean amicus briefs, it can mean coordinated climate change litigation, it can mean sharing of resources, these kinds of things across all of the islands. And so I think that working in numbers as advocates is really what we're talking about, right? So it's not just networking for social networking or knowledge sharing, but actually for combining our collective advocacy together. So thanks.
Thanks, Jonathan. I do know that Angelo has put out, there is actually a Facebook group for environmental law within the region and the environmental law champions, but that call from Prof. Galahad is very well noted. And we have had a couple of comments, more green legal clinics throughout the country by 2025. Collaboration is the key. There is strength in numbers. And so now, as we sort of draw to a close, one of the things I'd like to do is I'd like to call on Rosalisa from both her perspective and also from the Academy's perspective, which I think is a great resource that we haven't really used as efficiently and as effectively. And there are obviously challenges to that. But I think it's really one of those, and one has to say that we've got two of the leaders of the Academy here, so both on teaching and in terms of the chair of the Academy. So please, Lisa.
Yeah, shameless plug for the Academy, Amanda, right? I've always wished that there were more Philippine law schools as will become members of the Academy. As I've always, said to our colleagues yesterday, I've seen just very few membership coming from Philippine law schools, and I've, there's I think a lot of challenges to that, but especially I think that's just like for JERTI, the yearly membership fee of $140. But I think the benefits that you get from being a member of the Academy is just to look at me, I'm just from a small law school in the South, but here I am sitting as the chair of the board of the Academy, and so the and as a member of the Academy, you can engage in really research also. Like, we're all legal scholars, we're all teaching, but I've also seen that there's really a dearth of publications coming from legal scholars from the Philippines, especially in environmental law. And I'd like to encourage that more. So as we write more and more about, we have very good jurisprudence. It's been cited all over the world, but no one's really, writing and analyzing deeply on, our many cases that we have in the Philippines right now. So, and not only the cases, but also, the things that are happening. We are actually, at the center of marine biodiversity, and we're at the highest in terms of climate risks. So all these things are happening in the Philippines, but what has the law done, to address these challenges? And so I would like to encourage more research, and I've always talked to Matthew about it. Perhaps for the next 3 years we could have help develop, the capacity of law professors to engage in research. And there are many members of the academy who can help us with that. And also in teaching and capacity building, of course, with Amanda here, we could still have more, you know, trainings. And then, one thing that I was always also wishing that we could also develop some specialized environmental law courses, like, just like what I did in the University of Cebu. I proposed a separate course, elective course on international environmental law, which was approved, with the support of my dean. We raised it to the Legal Education Board, and they approved it as a separate elective course. And I teach it as a separate course, knowing that I cannot simply handle teaching all the, the information and bringing all the information together in a 2-unit course, diba? So, and if we can develop more specialized courses, like on climate change, on energy law, on fisheries and oceans law, we're an archipelago, so we're surrounded by waters. We should have those specialized courses, so that our students are more engaged in these issues and they have more knowledge. So a 2-hour lecture on fisheries and oceans law is not simply enough, to train future lawyers that we would want to fight for our oceans, to fight for our fisheries, to fight for our fisherfolk community. So that's really important. So I think those are my wish lists, and those are like what I can share about opportunities for everyone. So please, if you have any questions about the academy, just go to the website. The application is open at any point of any time of the year. You just submit your application form through the secretariat, and the board will decide and deliberate on it, and most of the time it's approved. So that's my invitation, open invitation to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosalisa. And I should also point out that one of the things that the ADB was able to assist Professor Shantakumar and Dr. Nupur Chowdhury and Dr. Stelina Jolie in India is they developed a Southeast Asian colloquium on research, and it was very time-consuming, but with great deal of passion from other academics. They got first-time authors to develop, and out of 20, we got 8, I think, published papers in Scopus journals, which is very important in Southeast Asia. So that sort of research publication, as Dr. Nupur Chowdhury says, it's Asian academics in Asia writing about Asian environmental law, read in English language journals throughout the world, and that was certainly one of her objectives. I'd now like to invite Amanda and then Jyoti to make some sort of final observations and comments, and then I would like to then call on Commissioner Jojo as well to thank her also for the work that we've been doing together.
Before I make the presentation of the winning reflections, I would just endorse what Rosalisa has just said about, and what others have also said about establishing a local network here in the Philippines. So in Australia, we have a network of environmental law scholars. We have our National Environmental Law Association, and one of the activities that we run each year as, I guess, a subset of the IUCN Academy Colloquium is a local colloquium, and we have some assistance from the Academy as well in running that. And it brings together all Australian environmental law academics to present not only their scholarly research, but we also have a teaching stream as well within that event. So it's a great opportunity for us to come together and talk about Australian environmental law issues and how we might teach them, how we can approach them, and really to just build that community of practice relevant to how we're teaching environmental law in our law schools. So if you can get something like that, a network like that established, it really just helps so much with your teaching practice. And again, A very quick plug for the IUCN, Academy of Environmental Law's Teaching and Capacity Building Subcommittee, which I am one of the chairs of. We have at the annual Academy Colloquium each year an entire day dedicated to teaching and learning, where we talk about new approaches and new tools and methods. We've had over the last couple of focus on online teaching, so that's been a place where we've been able to collect some experiences. But we also publish in the Academy Journal teaching-related papers, and we were able to produce a book on teaching and learning in environmental law, pedagogy, methodology, and best practice, and that was the product of one of our annual teaching workshops. So without any further ado, I would like to announce the winners of the books. Yes, drum roll, please. I just want to preface my announcement with the fact that I just want to congratulate every single one of you who took the time to write down your reflections, no matter how detailed. It takes a lot to put yourself on the page, and not only if it's just for yourself, but if you're then sharing it with somebody else. I really acknowledge that that was a very personal thing to share for all of you, and I really thank you for taking the time to do that. There were no incorrect reflections, no bad reflections. It's not possible to write an incorrect reflection, but there were two that really just stood out to me as individuals that had really thought quite deeply and had really engaged with some of the challenges that they had experienced with teaching environmental law, but were also looking to the future and thinking deeply about where they wanted to take their teaching practice, which was fantastic to see. One recipient is actually one of our online participants, Attorney Jurley. If you are still with us, I believe you are. If you can turn your camera on and we can acknowledge you. So Attorney Jurley, just, and without divulging the details of her reflection, my apologies, Judge Jurley. Without detailing the content of those reflections, there was. Hello, Judge. I think we can see you now. Yes.
Thank you.
So just a really detailed reflection on some questions about where she would like to take her teaching journey and some very specific action points that I thought was great to see. The next recipient is someone who's actually here in the room. And I would like to acknowledge Attorney Noel as the recipient. So you will all recall Attorney Noel gave a very spirited commentary yesterday, which I think really, really certainly challenged some of us to think about our purpose and our goals moving forward. But then he sat down overnight, and I hope you don't mind me sharing this, penned a very detailed, not only a reflection, but a teaching philosophy, a very detailed teaching philosophy. And I think he took some of his frustrations yesterday and put them down on paper and thought about how he might channel that for good, and wrote this wonderful teaching philosophy on teaching from the perspective of love. So what a positive way to end our session on. So, I hope that you will find some benefit in here, especially the chapter on engendering hope in our environmental law students. But for those of you who haven't yet received an electronic copy of this through previous participation, we can certainly send the link through to anyone who is interested on obtaining it. And if you would like to look at any particular chapters, again, as Jonathan promised before, I'm sure it's just a matter of just reaching out to me. And if there's a specific chapter in here that catches your attention, I'm sure we could perhaps just find a copy somewhere that might accidentally fall into your inbox. So thank you again for your participation and for your reflections. They were just fantastic to read, and I encourage you to keep going with those reflective perspectives as well. Jessie, I think.
Yeah, I'll just probably here. Thank you to ADB. Thank you to the Legal Education Board. And it has always been a privilege to have been part of this journey since 2015. And my dream is that I also like to thank all the participants for, your interactive, your patience, and also the perseverance in the whole process. My dream is actually for us to produce a book like this for the Philippines. Isn't that good? Filipino law professors, environmental law professors, putting in writing, hopefully in the next few years, our own journey. That's my personal dream, because listening to the stories of everyone, no, whether it's Dodi, the DNR, Dean, the prosecutor, si Noel, and the judges here, it led me to thinking that how can we capture those things, probably on video but also in writing, because that to me would be our legacy to the Gen Z and the future environmental lawyers. So maraming salamat, mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you. And now I'm happy to give the floor to Commissioner Jojo.
So, first of all, we would like to thank Matthew, who have journeyed with us for nearly 2 years, right, Matthew? So thank you so much, Matthew. And we wouldn't have met Matthew if not for Lisa. And we wouldn't have this relationship with ADB without Lisa. So Lisa, thank you so much. Lisa and I were doormates in Ilang-Ilang, but we found each other again because of environmental law. So we stayed under one roof for 3 years, Lisa. Yes. And our paths crossed because of our love for the environment. So thank you, Lisa. And Jerty has always been an inspiration, not just personally, but my law school has been, if Jerty was saying ULAP is now is my legacy to the law school. But I tell you, Jerty, ULAP is there because you were there for us. So we had a lot of environmental issues in Caraga, and Jerty is the go-to with former our secretary, the late Gina Lopez. So Jerty and Gina, so they were the ones who really helped us in Caraga. So Jerty, nice to see you again. And to all our resource persons, especially Amanda. Amanda, thank you for bringing a whole new world to the legal education landscape in the Philippines. It's a whole new world, synchronous, asynchronous, online, trying to unpack Socratic and trying to see what else we can do to enhance legal education. Thank you very much for that. Now, this is an overdue thank you gift to the Asian Development Bank. So I would like to ask Christina. Christina, can we give this to you for the bank? Christina has been patiently working with us also online. And now the lab staff could see Christina. Christina, you've been working with our team. Yeah, it's Christina. So, Christina, so this is, can I ask Lawrence to be the one to give? I'll read na lang. Come here, Lawrence. I'll just, so this is the plaque of appreciation to the Asian Development Bank for the organization's unwavering support. There we go up. Okay. Lawrence, I'll read it and I'll give it to you. So, two of them na lang, sir. Oh, where's Christina Pak? Hi, Christina. Christina. So, I'm giving the physical one to the other Christina. Okay.
Yes, that sounds great.
Yeah. Hi, Christina. So
Hi,
nice to
Kamjo.
have you with us before we say
I-
goodbye.
Yes, I'm so happy to be linked in, and this session has just been so valuable and so inspiring. And Kamjo and the LEB delegates and all the commissioners, the chairperson, just really, it's been our honor and privilege to partner with the LEB, and without your unwavering support and all the hard work that you've been doing over I guess since last year, since our partnership started middle of last year, it's just been an amazing journey, and it's because of dedicated people like you, and just everyone in that room, that this training and our partnership is possible. So really am so grateful, and I will feature, I will actually take that award and put it in our Office of the General Counsel's office for everyone to see. And I will make sure to convey this, the plaque, and also the thanks, the great thanks from the LEB. Thanks, Commissioner Jojo.
Yeah. Before I read, while Christina is here, I think I also would want to share to you that Christina Pak, the whole ADB team, and Christina, thank you for allowing us, the Philippine Legal Education, to share to the world what we have been doing through the Oslo conference. If not, without your help, we wouldn't have been there. So, Professor Galahad, I shared your story. DNR Guild, I shared what you did for the environment, for environmental law. Christina Pak and ADB gave us that opportunity. So the world knows about us already because of that. And thank you, Christina. That was a wonderful opportunity for us to share what we have been doing in Philippine legal education for the environment. Thank you for allowing us to share our love for the environment, even if it's just little. We haven't really done great things yet. Although a lot we have, no, beautiful stories, but not as a whole legal education system. But thank you for giving us that opportunity because it provided us an inspiration to do more. Thank you, Christina. How I wish I could hug you.
Oh, I know we'll have to do
Hug,
virtual hug, but
hug. Yeah, how are you?
it's
Hybrid
not
hug.
the
How do
end.
you do
And
hug?
yes,
Hug. You're the physical. Yeah. After this, I'll hug.
maybe do it through the avatar or through Christina. You could give Christina a hug, and then it could transfer to
And
me.
she'll give the hug to you later. Yeah. So may I
Exactly, but
read? For
yes, yes.
the Legal Education Board presents this plaque of appreciation to the Asian Development Bank for the organization's unwavering support and active involvement as partner of the Legal Education Board in the development of relevant policies on legal education and implementation of its various programs and activities, thereby strengthening the LEB's strategic vision towards the advancement of legal education in the Philippines. Given this 9th day of December, this was supposed to be last year, Christina. We're supposed to give this to you last year. So, 9th day of December 2021 at the Philippine International Convention Center, Pasay City, by the authority of the Legal Education Board, signed Ana Marie Melanie B. Trinidad, Chairperson. Thank you so much, ADB, for your love for Philippine legal education and for the environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to the LEB. I mean, really, the ADB should be thanking all of you and all the trainers, just everyone in that room and online, because honestly, your efforts, your continuous efforts, just, it's not easy. This area is getting tougher and tougher, but we are just so grateful for your dedication, your continuous dedication to this field of law, and really appreciate you taking the time out. And I was wanted to, I'm just so happy that I linked into this session because, for us, it's always good to hear feedback and ideas. And I just want to echo actually that, we're not alone. We have this network that's growing, and we just have to, like, I guess Jonathan says, we need to band together and leverage our resources, including the ADBs. So, our job is to bring that development finance into this important area of the law. And I was just wondering, I just had like a couple slides just to kind of, talk about our next journey together, because this isn't the end. It's only the beginning of the next phase, and education and our relationship will keep building. Education never ends, it just evolves. And I think the next slide, please. A lot of people brought up what it takes to help achieve inclusive and sustainable development, and it's really it's a virtuous cycle, and it really starts with the teachers. All of you, help basically build that knowledge, build that capacity among all the key, people that are here that you see. And, and there are new actors now. There's the private sector that one of the participants brought up, and they're also important. So it's important to bring them in. So in that regard, we're also working with the private sector on educating them. Of course, there's also scientists that are also helping to educate all of us. So I see this as a virtuous cycle of knowledge transfer, but really at the beginning is really all of you. And then just for the next slide, I think a lot has been talked about, the future of environmental law teaching. Where do we go from here? it's only going to evolve. It's going to evolve with the times, and I think you've heard all the different ways that the different teaching methodologies have evolved. It's how the areas of law are expanding. What's become really important. So as a next step, ADB will be convening a roundtable to gather all the country focal points, like Professor Jyoti, Professor Rose Lisa, just everyone. Hopefully you, Commissioner Jojo, and the LEB can also participate. Just, Professor Jonathan, Matthew, Amanda, I mean, just everyone that's been really been with us from the beginning to take a step back, to a stock take, and also think into the future of what is our vision together, and what are the concrete action plan, next steps for the next 5 years. And all the great feedback that we received from the training today, and also in that in the roundtable, we plan to feed that in. And once we come out with that outcome vision statement on the teaching of environmental law, we plan to share with all of you for consultations, and we hope to come to an agreed vision that'll really guide us through the next phase of environmental law teaching in Asia and the Pacific. And and then from that, we will develop the next phase of the Developing Environmental Law Champions Technical Assistance Program. So even on that, we will reach out to the LEB, to all of you, all the participants, to get your feedback on how best we can design the next phase of our technical assistance, and how you can really leverage the technical assistance to address a lot of the the needs that all of you have to teach your students better, to equip yourselves to help towards inclusive and sustainable development. And lastly, I want to just congratulate all of you. I mean, just all of you for all the efforts, and really thank you so much to all of you online and in person for dedicating your time the last 2 days. And you can see from the slide that it's many people that made these past 2 days possible. And you can see obviously the LEB team, from the chairperson to all the commissioners to just everyone, all the entire support team. I didn't have room to name the entire LEB, but really just to have their support, the regulator and administrator of legal education in the Philippines, it's a huge development for the ADB. So we really value this partnership. And of course, our speakers, our experts, our partners that have been with us, throughout the journey, and including, our partnership with the IUCN Academy of Environmental Law, UNEP, and just all the professors, Amanda, Rose Lisa, Professor Jyoti, she's just, all of them are just, they've been with us. I mean, they've been with doing this even before I started this work at the ADB. So just am extremely grateful to all of them. And then finally, nothing would be possible without our great ADB and support team, including our general counsel, who's now a big fan of this program. And of course, Emmy, Gladys, Angela, Matthew, Celeste, Ruth, one of our the newest members of our LPR team, Christina Velez, Paulo, just everyone. So many congratulations on a successful 2 days. And again, this isn't the end, and we hope to continue our partnership with the LEB and with all of you. So thank you so much, and stay safe, and definitely we'll see you again. Thank you. I'll end here, Matthew.
Good timing. Perfect timing.
And so finally, we have our last Environmental Law Champions video, which is from Pakistan, which I find as inspiring as the previous two. And as we say, safe journey home, especially in this weather. So Angelo, the final video.
In Bangladesh, Professor Nazrul Islam has been working for more than 2 decades to help create a new generation of environmental law champions. Since 1999, he has promoted the study and teaching of environmental law. At the time, this was an elective subject in law schools and classes were poorly attended. For over 20 years, Professor Nazrul used every opportunity to promote environmental law, writing newspaper articles, giving televised talks, publishing research, and giving training courses. His efforts inspired other educators, and together, they raised the awareness of environmental law all over the country. Today, environmental law is mandatory in many law schools, with classes often filled to capacity. These classes nurture new champions like Sayeda Rizwana Hassan. Rizwana joined the Bangladesh Environmental Lawyers Association, or BELA, in the early 1990s as a fresh graduate. She rose through the ranks and now leads BELA and its 60 environmental defenders who have filed and won several landmark cases. Among the most noteworthy cases was against Bangladesh's notorious ship-breaking industry. Ship-breaking companies purchase decommissioned ships and use unskilled workers, some of them children, to break up and scavenge the ships by hand. This causes severe contamination of shores and waters and lead to deaths, injuries, and diseases for the impoverished laborers. Rizwana and her team filed petitions and cases to stop shipbreaking, bringing it to the Supreme Court. What began with temporary injunctions became the first case in Bangladesh that fined polluters. In 2009, Rizwana and her BELA team won a judgment that temporarily closed 37 shipbreaking yards. Their cases led to new, more stringent regulations for the entire industry. BELA's legal victories continue to grow with each success and have gone so far as to help pass an amendment that enshrines environmental protection in Bangladesh's constitution. This is just one of the stories of the many environmental law champions across Asia who are fighting and winning battles for people and the environment. These champions are making positive changes that will echo for generations. Join us in this movement as we work to develop and support the environmental law champions of tomorrow.
Will all be emailed after being signed. So thank you very much indeed.
Oras ang flight mo. Problema. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, huddle.
Yeah. Sino man si Gala? Yung naka-blue? Dodi, good luck. Nasa Senate ka, di ba? Siyempre. Yung EIA. Sabi ko,
Oh yes, and please don't forget your climate change books. The early Christmas present is waiting outside. Thank you very much.